The Cats of Ulthar by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cats of Ulthar by H.P. Lovecraft. Recording by Cale Moore. It is said that in Ulthar, which lies beyond the river Sky, no man may kill a cat. And this I can verily believe, as I gaze upon him who sitteth purring before the fire. For the cat is cryptic, and close to strange things which men cannot see. He is the soul of antique Egyptus, and bearer of tales from forgotten cities in Meroe and Ophir. He is the kin of the jungle's lords, and heir to the secrets of hoary and sinister Africa. The Sphinx is his cousin, and he speaks her language, but he is more ancient than the Sphinx, and remembers that which she hath forgotten. In Ulthar, before ever the Burgesses forbade the killing of cats, there dwelt an old cotter and his wife, who delighted to trap and slay the cats of their neighbors. Why they did this I know not, save that many hate the voice of a cat in the night, and take it ill that cats should run stealthily about yards and gardens at twilight. But whatever the reason, this old man and woman took pleasure in trapping and slaying every cat which came near to their hovel, and from some of the sounds heard after dark, many villagers fancied that the manner of slaying was exceedingly peculiar. But the villagers did not discuss such things with the old man and his wife, because of the habitual expression on the withered faces of the two, and because their cottage was so small and so darkly hidden under spreading oaks at the back of a neglected yard. In truth, much as the owners of the cats hated these odd folk, they feared them more, and instead of berating them as brutal assassins, merely took care that no cherished pet or mouser should stray towards the remote hovel under the dark trees. When through some unavoidable oversight a cat was missed, and sounds heard after dark, the loser would lament impotently, or console himself by thanking fate that it was not one of his children who had thus vanished. For the people of Ulthar were simple, and knew not whence it is all cats first came. One day a caravan of strange wanderers from the south entered the narrow cobbled streets of Ulthar. Dark wanderers they were, and unlike the other roving folk who passed through the village twice every year. In the marketplace they told fortunes for silver, and bought gay beads from the merchants. What was the land of these wanderers none could tell, but it was seen that they were given to strange prayers, and that they had painted on the sides of their wagons strange figures with human bodies and the heads of cats, hawks, rams, and lions. And the leader of the caravan wore a headdress with 2 horns and a curious disc betwixt the horns. There was in this singular caravan a little boy, with no father or mother, but only a tiny black kitten to cherish. The plague had not been kind to him, yet had left this small furry thing to mitigate his sorrow, and when one is very young, one can find great relief in the lively antics of a black kitten. So, the boy whom the dark people called Menez smiled more often than he wept as he sat playing with his graceful kitten on the steps of an oddly painted wagon. On the 3rd morning of the wanderer's stay in Ulthar, Menez could not find his kitten, and as he sobbed aloud in the marketplace, certain villagers told him of the old man and his wife, and of sounds heard in the night. And when he heard these things, his sobbing gave place to meditation, and finally to prayer. He stretched out his arms toward the sun and prayed in a tongue no villager could understand, though indeed the villagers did not try very hard to understand, since their attention was mostly taken up by the sky and the odd shapes the clouds were assuming. It was very peculiar, but as the little boy uttered his petition, there seemed to form overhead the shadowy nebulous figures of exotic things, of hybrid creatures crowned with horn-flanked discs. Nature is full of such illusions to impress the imaginative. That night, the wanderers left Ulthar, and were never seen again. And the householders were troubled when they noticed that in all the village there was not a cat to be found. From each hearth the familiar cat had vanished, cats large and small, black, gray, striped, yellow, and white. Old Crannon, the burgomaster, swore that the dark folk had taken the cats away in revenge for the killing of Menez's kitten, and cursed the caravan and the little boy. But Nith, the lean notary, declared that the old cotter and his wife were more likely persons to suspect, for their hatred of cats was notorious and increasingly bold. Still, no one durst complain to the sinister couple. Even when little Atal, the innkeeper's son, vowed that he had at twilight seen all the cats of Ulthar in that accursed yard under the trees, pacing very slowly and solemnly in a circle around the cottage, two abreast, as if in performance of some unheard-of rite of beasts. The villagers did not know how much to believe from so small a boy, and though they feared that the evil pair had charmed the cats to their death, they preferred not to chide the old cotter till they met him outside his dark and repellent yard. So Ulthar went to sleep in vain anger, and when the people awaked at dawn, behold, every cat was back at his accustomed hearth. Large and small, black, gray, striped, yellow, and white, none was missing. Very sleek and fat did the cats appear, and sonorous with purring content. The citizens talked with one another of the affair, and marveled not a little. Old Crannon again insisted that it was the dark folk who had taken them, since cats did not return alive from the cottage of the ancient man and his wife. But all agreed on one thing, that the refusal of all the cats to eat their portions of meat or drink their saucers of milk was exceedingly curious. And for 2 whole days, the sleek, lazy cats of Ulthar would touch no food, but only doze by the fire or in the sun. It was fully a week before the villagers noticed that no lights were appearing at dusk in the windows of the cottage under the trees. Then the lean Nith remarked that no one had seen the old man or his wife since the night the cats were away. In another week, the burgomaster decided to overcome his fears and call at the strangely silent dwelling as a matter of duty, though in so doing he was careful to take with him Shang, the blacksmith, and Thul, the cutter of stone, as witnesses. And when they had broken down the frail door, they found only this: 2 cleanly picked human skeletons on the earthen floor, and a number of singular beetles crawling in the shadowy corners. There was subsequently much talk among the burgesses of Ulthar. Zath, the coroner, disputed at length with Nith, the lean notary, and Crannon and Shang and Thul were overwhelmed with questions. Even little Atal, the innkeeper's son, was closely questioned and given a sweetmeat as a reward. They talked of the old cotter and his wife, of the caravan of dark wanderers, of small Menez and his black kitten, of the prayer of Menez, and of the sky during that prayer, of the doings of the cats on the night the caravan left, and of what was later found in the cottage, under the dark trees in the repellent yard. And in the end, the burgesses passed that remarkable law, which is told of by traders in Hotheg and discussed by travelers in near, namely, that in Ulthar, no man may kill a cat. End of Cats of Ulthar by H.P. Lovecraft. Recorded by Cale Moore.
Clicking Red Heels by Paul Ernst. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clicking Red Heels by Paul Ernst. Nobody knew that Gruin had killed his sweetheart, but her little red heels tapped a march of death wherever he went, driving him to a desperate resolve. There are 2 kinds of fear. There is fear of the known, terror of death or disease or accident, or of social consequences of wrong actions. This is bad enough, but it is a little-known thing compared to fear of the unknown. That is the horror that freezes your brain and stops your breath in your throat. That is the terror that wrings sweat in icy drops from your clammy skin. Somewhere near you a black force lurks, some shadow from a hell incomprehensible to mortal mind, something from another world which looms over you and threatens you with a menace all the more awful for being unguessable. It is then that you go mad and babble in your frightful torment of danger, and cannot even say what that danger is. Eldon Gruen was in the grip of the first fear. He was to know the second, too, but at the time he knew only the first, and thought that bad enough. His fear was of the consequences of a wrong act, and it was embodied in a girl. The name of Gruen's fear was Maria Jose, whose father cut and stitched leather in the repair of shoes in a dingy basement shop on 8th Avenue in New York. Her father was a gargoyle of a man, alone in the world save for his Maria. But Maria, she was a throwback to some Castilian ancestress who supplied inspiration for the fiery men who made Spain unconquerable. Maria had great black eyes with ridiculously long lashes, and a perfect dainty oval of a face, and red lips, and a body that sculptors in old Greece would have loved, and tiny feet on which, as a sort of symbol of her mercurial temperament and gaiety, were always red-heeled shoes. They danced, those red-heeled small shoes, in a sort of gay, mad rhythm of their own, as Maria clicked down the street in them. They had danced into hearts and out again, with an unsatisfying trill of laughter, before they carried their shapely, tempestuous young owner into Gruen's life. It was all inconsequential, a thing no sane person should have built hopes on. Gruen often reflected irritably. He was 31, fairly wealthy, single, and out for fun. He had met her at a nightclub where, till the fat proprietor had tried to mix intimacy with the managership, Maria had danced for a little while professionally in twinkling white satin pumps with red heels. Gruen had made her a few promises, perhaps a man does when he is captivated, and Maria had begun to cling. At first it had been exhilarating. Men looked after her when she clicked up the sidewalk on those ridiculous, pathetic, appropriate little red heels to meet him. Gruen, who was not bad-looking, knew that he and Maria made a striking pair together. Nice to have a girl like that live only for your whims. Intoxicating to have such beauty almost abjectly at your command. Exhilarating to the ego to know that you can turn on such a love stream. Natural to forget that it might be difficult to turn that love stream off again. It wasn't long before Gruen had found that he was deriving a force that could not be controlled much longer. And then it was annoying. No, more than that. It was rather terrifying. So he sat in the Lance Club lounge the afternoon of the evening, which was to be the turning point in his not very useful young life, and condemned Maria Jose. Any girl with any sense would have known that the affair must be transient. She was a garlic-eating cobbler's daughter. He was heir to a modest fortune and owned an old name. Had she seriously thought he meant to marry her? She couldn't have. Yet she was certainly acting like it now. Gruen shifted in the leather club chair and sipped some of his cocktail, and he felt faint perspiration steal out on the palms of his hands as he reviewed Maria's recent conduct. When she clicked up on her red heels to meet him now, it was more often than not to burst into tears because she hadn't seen him last night or the night before. She demanded all of his time. When he talked of taking a trip, she stared deep into his eyes, tearful no longer, and advised him not to. There had been a newspaper rumor of his engagement to a debutante in New York, and... Gruen sipped his cocktail again. Rather he gulped it for strength. He had at first thought it cute and picturesque of Maria that she carried a little knife in her garter just above her beautiful right knee. He didn't think it was at all cute now, so Gruen sat in the lounge of the sleek, quiet club and knew what had to be done. He had started something with Maria that would never die while she lived. If he tried to slide out of her life, she would raise a scandal that would ruin him with his righteous grandfather, from whom all monetary blessings flowed. If he tried to leave town, she would follow. If he tried to get it over quickly and finally by marrying some girl of his own class. The knife at her knee was small, but it was slim and sharp, and it had been flashed more than once before his white face. Living, Maria, the cobbler's daughter, was a constant menace to Eldon Gruen, so Maria must die. Gruen shivered a little in the big leather chair in the luxurious lounge. Murder is a large order, even when you're as sure as you can get away with it, as Gruen was. In addition, there was a dim realization in the back of his mind that the Jose's, father and daughter, were not quite as other people were. There was something a little, mystic in their vital black eyes. The one time when Gruen had consented indifferently to meet Maria's father, they had come upon him in the back room of his solitary sweatshop, talking with no one else in the room. Talking to her mother, his dead wife, Maria had explained seriously afterward. And in the man's deep-set eyes had been a flame that killed laughter on Gruen's lips. Something in the spirit and soul of the Jose's, father and daughter, that set them a little apart from others, something mystic and unknown. "Hell," said Gruen, finishing his cocktail and grimacing contemptuously at himself. He was a fool. He was imagining things. Maria was just a girl, a woman whose ardent infatuation had grown to the point where it threatened a fortune he was to inherit, and his whole future life and good name. He could imagine his grandfather's disinheritance speech if he presented the mercurial cobbler's daughter in the gaudy red heels as his wife. "It's my life or hers," Gruen told himself, to stifle the grey fear of murder. Even so easy and foolproof a murder as he had in mind. And with the grey fear lulled by what he chose to call the inevitable, he had dinner at the club and then went to meet Maria. He met her at 8th Avenue and 34th Street at a little after 8:30. She clicked over the sidewalk in her red heels to the curb, glowing and beautiful in a squirrel coat, which he had indiscreetly called an engagement present when he offered it, because otherwise she would not have accepted it. "Eldon, my darling, you are late. I have waited and waited." "I said 8:30, Gruen mumbled. "I did not want to wait that long. I could not. I have been here since before 8. Sweetheart, you haven't said you love me." Gruen opened the door of his roadster, and she got in. "Eldon, this waiting and waiting, I cannot understand it. When are we going to stand before Father Mollet, so I will be with you always?" "Very soon," Gruen said, sliding into gear. "You will not have to wait for me ever again." Up Riverside Drive they went, across the Hudson, and up the Palisades, to a place where they had parked often, at night, during the spring and summer and fall, a place that had given Gruen courage to do murder by simplifying it. There was a spot where you drove off the crowded highway, down half a block of unfinished dirt road, with a low wooden rail at the end. The rail barred the street end from a 100-foot drop down the cliffside to piles of crushed rock that were to be a new dock soon, and the rail was very flimsy and a little rotten, and there was a great tree that grew at the cliff's edge and flung one branch straight over the road so low that a car's top almost scraped it. Another car was parked in the road end when Gruen got there with Maria, in spite of the December cold. Gruen had to wait for this car to leave. He put his arm around Maria, meanwhile gazing upward to be sure that he had stopped the roadster directly under the low branch of the big tree. "It is cold," said Maria, shivering in spite of her fur. "Would we not be warmer with the top up?" "The air tastes good," said Gruen hastily. It would ruin his plan if the roadster's top were put up. He had to have a clear space above him. The other car left. He and Maria were alone in the open roadster, under the December stars. "Are you sick?" said Maria, gazing at him in the dashlight. No, not at all, said Gruen, whose teeth showed a tendency to chatter. Maria looked up into his eyes, something mystic and inexorable in her black ones. Eldon, you are acting very strangely. It is not that you are thinking of breaking your promise? Of course not, Gruen said hastily. Maria's eyes still searched his, aflame with infatuation and with tempestuous resolve. The light from the roadster's dash showed on little red heels, on a length of silk stocking that even now could make Gruen's pulses jerk a trifle, on soft white flesh with a twisted garter under it, on a slim little dagger. Then slowly her skirt went down again. I think we'd better leave, Gruen said, a trifle thickly. God, this was the kind of thing you read about in the funny papers. You didn't dream, at first, that it would force you to murder. We'll go, he said hoarsely. He started the car and shifted to first gear with the clutch pressed down. He raced the motor, pulling out the hand throttle on the dash, so that the engine's speed would maintain itself. Why are you making the engine go so fast? Said Maria. The motor's cold. Have to warm it up. With the words, Gruen stood up suddenly, as nearly erect as the wheel would let him. His fingers hooked over the overhanging tree branch, and his foot left the clutch. The scream of tires spinning from sudden power of a roaring, full-throttled motor mingled with Maria Jose's shriek. The roadster leaped toward the wooden rail at the edge of the cliff, with Gruen hanging over the road behind. Maria's fingers tore at his legs as she sought to clutch him, and his left heel ground into her face, forcing her back in the seat. The roadster smashed through the wooden rail, teetered for just an instant on the edge of the cliff, then plunged forward. The noise of nearly 2 tons of metal smashing on rock 100 feet below shocked the night, and Gruen dropped into the road and ran to the edge. He looked down. Flame was rising from the wreck far below. He saw a black cascade in the path of the flame, Maria's hair. He was whimpering a little as he moved, without being conscious of it. There was a ledge 10 feet down, with a thick bush growing from it. He lowered himself to that, clung to it, and began shouting for help. It all went as he had thought it would. The papers got just the right angle. A Gruen, scion of one of the city's best-known, if not richest, families, had been out with some girl named Maria Jose. He had parked at the edge of the Palisades. Probably there'd been a little drinking. When leaving, he had carelessly shifted the gear lever forward into second instead of forward into reverse. The car had plunged over the cliff, carrying both of them, but he had been thrown out and had caught a bush, which saved his life. The girl had gone on down, to death. There was unfavorable publicity. There were infuriated lectures from his grandfather. There was talk of prosecution for criminal carelessness. And that was all. With one clever stroke, Gruen had gotten rid of a danger that had grown to intolerable proportions in his life. Decorously he went to the funeral in which a girl's shattered body was lowered into the ground, and afterward Maria's father came up to him. Gruen looked hastily around. There was no one near, and he was a little afraid of the somber fire in the man's deep-set black eyes. He had aged 20 years. He looked like a gargoyle with an iron-gray beard and white hair. "You killed Maria," he said, with the words coming slowly and painfully. "I know." Gruen's face took on a contrite and sympathetic expression. "A terrible accident." "That's not what I mean," said Maria's father. "It was not an accident. I know. You killed my girl on purpose. You murdered her." No, I swear." Gruen stopped at the look in his eyes, and Jose went on, slowly, painfully, with every word ringing in Gruen's brain. "I bring her curse on your head. You killed her to be free from her. But you shall not be free. She will be with you always, beside you, walking when you walk, stopping when you stop. Always, always beside you." Gruen got away from there, and also, he was sure, away from all that had threatened him. There were, when all the smoke had cleared away, no consequences at all. The charges of criminal carelessness never materialized. His grandfather, unconcerned with death, finally forgave him for wasting a few evenings with a cheap unknown named Maria. The world didn't dream that the tragedy at the cliff was not an accident. He had murdered successfully. And then he strolled from his grandfather's house one evening, bent for an engagement with a girl almost as beautiful as Maria had been, and much more sensible, and a queer thing happened. As he walked across the curb from door to car, a big new coupe to take the place of the roadster, he heard someone walking beside him. At least he thought for a moment that he had heard steps matching his own. But he saw an instant later that he had been wrong, because when he turned around, there was no one on the sidewalk, no one within half a block of him. He got into the coupe and drove to the apartment of the girl he had the engagement with. Again, as he walked from curb to building door, he heard steps sound out beside him, possibly a little behind him, that matched his steps. But he scarcely thought twice about it, because there were half a dozen people around him here, and any one of them could have made the sound. He had one vague and irrelevant memory as he opened the vestibule door. It was a memory of Maria and him walking down the street, striving to match his moods. Maria also, laughingly, strove to match his strides. She tried to keep her small red heels clicking on the walk, in time with his steps. He had often teased her about it, taking longer and slower strides that taxed her smallness more and more, till finally she simply could not keep step with him, and would break rhythm with a gay laugh. Maria and he, walking down the street, with her absurd red heels clicking in time with his step, he thrust the picture aside and went up deep carpeted halls and stairways to the apartment of the blonde, with the slightly hard blue eyes, with whom he had a date. And they went to a Broadway club and danced. During the evening, Gruen cursed his memory for bringing back the picture of himself and Maria walking, with her red heels tapping the time of his steps, because after that recollection his imagination really began to play tricks on him. He began to hear heels clicking with each of his steps as he moved, not just now and then, but all of the time. When he stood up from the table as the orchestra started and walked around to help the blonde with her chair, he heard a precise little heel click with each stride he took. The click sounded, scarcely audible, right beside him as he escorted her to the dance floor. In spite of himself, Gruen thought of those words of Maria's father. "You killed her to be free from her, but you shall not be free. She will be with you always." The blonde smiled up at him. "Do you want to stand at the edge of the floor all evening, or do you want to dance with me?" He smiled back and they danced. He heard the click only once in a while over the orchestra's rhythm, and he paid no attention to it. There were many high heels here, and all high heels make that clicking sound. He lost himself in the promises in the slightly hard blue eyes just below the level of his own eyes, and he stopped his ears to the queer clicking, which sounded as he moved for the rest of the evening. But after he had left the blonde and returned home, when he was walking from the garage to his grandfather's house, he couldn't stop his ears any more. The clicking was too infernally loud in the stillness that clutches city streets at 3 in the morning, and there wasn't a person within blocks that he could blame the noise on. Click, click, click came the sound, as he walked along through the night, exactly as though a woman's high heels clicked beside him. High red heels. He stopped to light a cigarette which he thrust between disdainful, half-sneering lips, and the clicking stopped. He went on toward his grandfather's house, and the light, precise tapping continued. A click for every step he took, like a ghost thing marching in step beside him, an unseen ghost thing. "Hell, take it!" he said angrily aloud in the night. "I suppose this is a sample of what they call remorse. Well, I'll be damned if I—" The light was on in the house. That was strange. At this hour of the night, Gruen hurried to the door, with the neat, small clicking increasing as his steps quickened. His grandfather opened the door before he could insert his key, and the old man was icily angry. "Eldon," he said, "I want to speak to you in the library." Gruen followed him to the room in which he had received most of the old boy's rebukes. It was a psychological woodshed where a verbal strap was applied to him. But this time the strap was unjustified to the point of being bizarre. "You have tried my patience to its extreme limit," the old man said, ice-blue eyes smoldering. "You have achieved your final indiscretion. How dare you bring a girl to this house and sneak her in when my back is turned? And above all, a girl named Maria, after what happened a few weeks ago? To this house?" Gruen's bewilderment was complete. "What on earth are you talking about?" "You deny you brought some girl to this house, to your room, secretly?" "I certainly do. I've never—" "Come upstairs, Eldon," the old man interrupted grimly. Gruen followed him from the library up to the second floor of the big house, and as he moved, some unseen thing seemed to move beside him. Very softly, almost furtively, the clicking tapped in rhythm with his step. They got to Gruen's suite, a big bedroom and bath and a small den, on the second floor. And there the old man pointed. He pointed toward a great leather chair by a flat-topped desk. There was nothing in the chair. Gruen turned with a puzzled frown to his grandfather, and then, without going to the chair, he caught the odor that emanated from it, a faint perfume that filled the den, an odor of hyacinth. Maria Jose had always used that scent, hyacinth. "Some woman has been in this room," the old man accused sternly. "The scent proves it. And her name was Maria. That scribbled, no doubt, idly while she sat with you here, proves it." Gruen walked to his writing desk. He wasn't quite aware of how he got there. He knew only that in a minute he stood by the desk, looking down at it, at a torn scrap of paper on the blotter, at one word faintly scrawled on the paper, Maria. And it was Maria Jose's handwriting. At the pallor on his grandson's face, the old man promptly forgot all charges of ribaldry. He caught Eldon Gruen and helped him to another chair, and then called the butler and a doctor. Gruen was a strong-minded person. You have to be to plan and execute deliberate, cold-blooded murder. It wasn't long before a logical explanation occurred to him, and he drove to the shop of Maria's father. "You broke into our house," he accused. "You set a stage in my room, dropped perfume of the kind your daughter used on my chair, and wrote her name on a scrap of paper, imitating her handwriting, on my desk." He had come there confident in his conviction, but that conviction slowly faded as he looked into Jose's eyes. Dark eyes, smoldering, mystic, so like Maria's eyes. "You know it was not I who was there," Jose said in his pedantic, accented English. Just that, nothing more. Gruen turned and almost ran from the basement shop, and as he hurried, beside him hurried unseen little hills that clicked and clicked with each swift step he took. They followed him out the door, a little behind him as he rushed, and to his car, and there they stopped. But he thought he saw the seat cushion beside him give a little with an unseen weight as he drove away. A strong-minded person in good health, that was Eldon Gruen. There was no insanity in the Gruen family, yet in the days that followed he began more and more to fear, with a mighty fear, that he was going mad. For always he heard the little heel taps beside him as he walked, stopping when he stopped, beginning again when he went on. And always in his brain was Jose's curse. "She will be with you always, beside you, walking when you walk, stopping when you stop, always, always beside you." So Gruen came to know the worst fear the unknown holds for us. fear of madness. But that fear did not last long. It very speedily deepened into the last ultimate horror of the unknown, which can prey on a man's mind. Mad because he seemed to hear the weird clicking of heels beside him? Seemed to hear? He went into the library one night when his grandfather sat at his desk, reading. It was late, and the house was very still. The old man's senses were excellent. He didn't become aware of Gruen's entrance for a moment, but then he glanced up quickly, with a slightly surprised expression. "Oh," he said carelessly, "you're alone." "Of course. Why?" "It sounded for a moment as though there were two of you," the old man said. "A sort of clicking. It must have been your hard heels against the floor." Gruen managed to get out of there without letting his grandfather see the chaos in his brain, but he staggered like a drunken man after leaving the library. "Sounded as though there were two of you. Must have been your hard heels against the floor." God, Gruen didn't wear hard leather heels. Every shoe he owned had rubber on it. A sort of clicking. The clicking of Maria Jose's small red heels as they twinkled unseen beside him. Maria Jose, who had died in flame and ruin at the bottom of the cliff. He was not mad then. The sound he had thought to hear in madness actually was there to be heard. And then Gruen knew that ultimate horror which comes with the unknown. For if the sound really was there, perceptible enough for others to hear it, the cause of the sound must be there too. A dead girl walking beside him. A thing from some unknown sphere. Walking when you walk, stopping when you stop. "I walk with death," Gruen told himself, shuddering with the icy sweat of horror on his forehead. Red heels clicking beside him as small, unseen feet kept time with his, as Maria had kept time when they walked down the street together. With one difference, Maria, alive, had been unable to match his strides when he increased them to their full masculine length. Maria, dead, could do that. He caught himself crazily shortening and lengthening his step as he walked down the street, with people turning to look curiously after him. But no matter how he walked, the unseen little heels beside him clicked in even pace. Walking with death, escorting a dead girl wherever he went. Sometimes Gruen talked with her, damning her, whispering curses, telling her to get back to the grave from which she had come. And more people began to turn to look after him as he walked the streets. His grandfather and his friends began asking him what was wrong, and he couldn't tell them. His grandfather sent him to a great psychiatrist, and Gruen couldn't tell him what was wrong either. Confession as to what was wrong with him lay too dangerously close to a murder confession. Red heels clicking always with him as he walked, stopping when he stopped, beginning again when he moved. The red heels of Maria, who had been sent by him to death over the edge of a cliff. He drove in his coupe to the street end, where the roadster had crashed over the wooden barrier and plummeted to piles of rock below, while he hung from the branch over the road. There was no wooden barrier there now. There was a concrete wall hastily erected after the accident. It was a thick wall. It would stand any shock. Or would it? Gruen got out of the coupe and went to the wall. As he strode, beside him sounded the quick, half-dancing, half-marching accompaniment. Gruen shuddered as much with cold as with ever-present horror. He weighed only 120 pounds, as against his former 180, and the winter wind seemed to go through his coat and to his bones. The wall was pretty solid. He walked along it, and click, 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 walked the unseen thing beside him. "Solid," he said aloud, chuckling a little, and then jerking his head around to see if anyone had heard him. "Not so easy to send anybody over the edge here now." He stood on top of the wall and stared down. The piles of crushed stone were still there. It had been too cold for work on the dock. "That's where you went, damn you!" he mumbled to the thing in the phantom red heels that clicked beside him. Beside him, even as he walked down the wall with nothing but thin air on either side. He began to chuckle again, aloud, craftily. "Nobody's ever suspected except your father, and he can't hurt me any. Nobody knows I killed you." He stepped down from the wall, and beside him a click sounded, a little louder than usual, the click of a red heel coming down from the 2-foot step from the top of the wall. "Damn you!" Gruen shouted, and then he pressed his hand to his lips. On the highway, several blocks away, a hitchhiker stared curiously at him, then went on his way, signaling for rides. "Shouldn't be out here," Gruen muttered laboriously. He started for the coop, parked a dozen yards from the new concrete wall. Dully he strode toward it, and as he walked with each step came the accompanying small tap of little red heels, almost coinciding with his step on the ice of the road. "Better not come out here again," he mumbled. "I'm safe now, but somebody might see me here and think it was funny, might start investigating the accident again." He got into the coupe, settling laboriously behind the wheel, and then, as his eyes strayed sideways, his teeth met through his upper lip. Always when he got into his car, which was often, as he drove a great deal to save walking and hearing the tapping heels beside him, he strove to keep his eyes from going sideways to the cushion beside him, and always he was unsuccessful. And always he saw the same thing, saw the seat cushion give a little, as though someone had sat down there next to him. He saw it now. "Damn you, damn you!" he cried brokenly. The motor of the coupe was thrumming, touch of his foot, responding to the mechanical touch of his foot to the starter. The depression in the seat beside him shifted a little. "You go back to hell where you came from!" Like another person, Gruen heard those words keen from his lips. Like another person, he heard the motor roar into full-throated power as his foot jammed down on the accelerator. "No!" he breathed as his hand slid the gear shift lever into first. Like another person pleading, remonstrating, and being unheeded. "No!" The motor bellowed, the coupe's tires screamed as they felt full and sudden power applied. The car leaped forward. "Oh my God, no!" The car, nearly 2 tons of steel, hit the concrete wall, with all the power of the great motor in first gear behind it, hit the wall, crumpled, then crunched on through. The thunder of the coupe's crash on the rock far below shocked the late February afternoon. Remorse, they called it. Eldon Gruen was so weighed down by the carelessness that had taken a life that he had gone to the scene of the accident and committed suicide by driving his car over the same cliff. That was what was in the papers. What was not in them was something else, something that puzzled detectives for a while, till they gave it up as irrelevant, since they had no knowledge of the little red heels of Maria that had clicked beside Gruen from the time of her death. That was the curious thing found in each heel of each shoe that Eldon Gruen owned, a little sliding weight that had been inserted and recovered by some deft cobbler. They didn't move when the shoes were handled, unless they were shifted briskly up and down, as a person walking would move them. Then they made small clicking noises in unison with the movements. End of story. End of Clicking Red Heels. Recorded by April 6090.
The Closing Hand by Farnsworth Wright. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Donald Warren. The Closing Hand by Farnsworth Wright. Solitary and forbidding, the house stared spectre-like through scraggly trees that seemed to shrink from its touch. The green moss of decay lay on its dank roofs, and the windows, set in deep cavities, peered blindly at the world, as if through eyeless sockets. So forbidding was its aspect that boys, on approaching its cheerless gables, stopped their whistling and passed on the opposite side of the street. Across the fields, a few huddled cottages gazed through the falling rain, as if wondering what family could be so bold as to take up its abode within the gloomy walls of that old mansion, whose carpetless floors for 2 years had not felt the tread of human feet. In an attic room of the house, 2 sisters lay in bed, but not asleep. The younger sister cringed under the dread inspired by the bleak place. The elder laughed at her childish fears, But the younger felt the spell of the old building and was afraid. "I suppose there is really nothing to frighten me in this dreary old house," she admitted, without conviction in her voice. "But the very feel of the place is horrible. Mother shouldn't have left us alone in this gruesome place." "Stupid," her sister scolded. "With all the silverware downstairs, somebody has to be here for fear of burglars." "Oh, don't talk about burglars," pleaded the younger girl. "I am afraid. I keep imagining I hear ghostly footsteps." Her sister laughed. "Go to sleep, Goosey," she said. "Haunted houses are nothing but superstition. They exist only in imagination." "Why has nobody lived here for 2 years then? They tell me that for 5 years every family moved out after being here just a short time. The whole atmosphere of the house is ghastly. And I can't forget how the older Berkheim girl was found stabbed to death in her bed, and nobody ever knew how it happened. Why, she may have been murdered in this very room." "Go to sleep and don't scare yourself with such silly talk. Mother will be with us tomorrow night, and Dad will be back next day. Now go to sleep." The elder sister soon dropped into slumber, but the younger lay open-eyed, staring into the black room and shuddering at every stifled scream of the wind or distant growl of thunder. She began to count, hoping to hypnotize herself into drowsiness, but at every slight noise she started and lost her count. Suddenly she turned and shook her sister by the shoulder. "Edith, somebody is prowling around downstairs," she whispered. "Listen. Oh, what shall we do?" The elder sister struck a match and lit the candle. Then she slipped on her dressing gown and drew on her slippers. "You're not going down there? Edith, tell me you're not going downstairs. It might be that murdered Berkheim girl. Edith, don't." Edith shot a glance of withering scorn at her sister, who lay on the bed with blanched face and wide, terrified eyes. "There is something moving around downstairs, and I'm going to find out what it is," she said. Taking the candle, she left the room. Her younger sister lay in the darkness, listening to the pattering of rain on the roof and straining her ears to catch the slightest sound. The noise downstairs ceased, but the wind rose and the rain beat upon the roof in sudden furious blasts that made her heart jump wildly. 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes, and Edith had not returned. A door slammed, and the younger sister thought she heard something moving again, but the wind began to sob and drowned out all other noises. Between gusts, she heard the portentous sound, and each time it seemed nearer. Then she started as she realized that something was coming up the stairs. Once she thought she heard a cry, to which the wind joined its plaintive voice in a weird duet. Nearer and nearer the strange noise came. It mounted the stairs step by step, heard only when the wind and rain softened their voices. It passed the first landing and moved slowly up the second flight, while the girl fearfully awaited its coming. The wind howled until the house quaked. It shrilled past the eaves and fled across the fields like a hunted ghost. And now the girl's pounding pulses drowned out the screaming of the wind, for the presence had invaded her bedroom. She cowered under the covers, a cold perspiration chilling her body until her teeth chattered. Her imagination conjured up frightful things: a disembodied spirit come to destroy her, a corpse from the grave, gibbering in terror because it could not tear the cerements from its face, the murdered Berkheim girl, with a knife still sheathed in her heart, or some escaped beast, licking its lips in greedy anticipation of the feast her tremulous body would provide. Or was it a murderer who, having killed her sister, was now bent on completing his bloody work? A flash of lightning split the sky, and the thunder bellowed its terrifying warning. The girl threw back the bedclothes and shrank to the wall, her eyes starting from their sockets, fearful lest another flash reveal some sight too ghastly to contemplate. Slowly the being dragged itself across the floor, lifted itself onto the bed, and uttered a choking sound of agony. The girl sat petrified. Then, timorously, she extended a shaky hand, but quickly withdrew it in dread of some hideous contact. Again she thrust her trembling hand into the gloom, farther, farther, until it touched something shaggy and wet. A clammy hand closed over hers, and she started to her feet with a horrified scream. The icy hand tightened with a sickening tremor and dragged her down. Then her tortured senses gave way, and she fell back, unconscious, upon the bed. When she awoke, it was day. Beside her on the bed lay the bleeding body of her sister, Edith, stabbed in the breast by the burglar she had tried to frighten away. The younger girl was clutching the clotted wisps of hair that had fallen across the breast of her sister, whose cold hand had closed over hers in the last convulsive shudder of death. End of The Closing Hand by Farnsworth Wright.
Cool Air by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cale Moore. Cool Air by H.P. Lovecraft. You asked me to explain why I am afraid of a draught of cool air, why I shiver more than others upon entering a cold room, and seem nauseated and repelled when the chill of evening creeps through the heat of a mild autumn day. There are those who say I respond to cold as others do a bad odor, and I am the last to deny the impression. What I will do is to relate the most horrible circumstance I ever encountered, and leave it to you to judge whether or not this forms a suitable explanation of my peculiarity. It is a mistake to fancy that horror is associated with darkness, silence, and solitude. I found it in the glare of mid-afternoon, in the clangor of a metropolis, and in the teeming midst of a shabby and commonplace rooming house with a prosaic landlady and two stalwart men by my side. In the spring of 1923, I had secured some dreary and unprofitable magazine work in the city of New York, and being unable to pay any substantial rent, began drifting from one cheap boarding house establishment to another, in search of a room which might combine the qualities of decent cleanliness, endurable furnishings, and very reasonable price. It soon developed that I had only a choice between different evils, but after a time I came upon a house in West 14th Street which disgusted me much less than the others I had sampled. The place was a 4-story mansion of brownstone, dating apparently from the late 40s, and fitted with woodwork and marble, whose stained and sullied splendor argued a descent from high levels of tasteful opulence. In the rooms, large and lofty, and decorated with impossible paper and ridiculously ornate stucco cornices, there lingered a depressing mustiness and hint of obscure cookery, but the floors were clean, the linen tolerably regular, and hot water not too often cold or turned off, so that I came to regard it as at least a bearable place to hibernate till one might really live again. The landlady, a slatternly, almost bearded Spanish woman named Herrero, did not annoy me with gossip or with criticisms of the late-burning electric light in my third-floor front hall room, and my fellow lodgers were quiet and uncommunicative as one might desire, being mostly Spaniards a little above the coarsest and crudest grade. Only the din of streetcars in the thoroughfare below proved a serious annoyance. I had been there about 3 weeks when the first odd incident occurred. One evening, at about 8, I heard a spattering on the floor, and became suddenly aware that I had been smelling the pungent odor of ammonia for some time. Looking about, I saw that the ceiling was wet and dripping, the soaking apparently proceeding from a corner on the side toward the street. Anxious to stop the matter at its source, I hastened to the basement to tell the landlady, and was assured by her that the trouble would be quickly set right. "Dr. Munoz," she cried as she rushed upstairs ahead of me. "He has spilled his chemicals. He is too sick for a doctor himself. Sicker and sicker all the time, but he will not have no other for help. He is very queer in his sickness. All day he take funny-smelling baths, and he cannot get excite or warm. All his own housework he do. He has little room full of bottles and machines, and he do not work as doctor. But he was great once. My father in Barcelona have hear of him. And only just now he fix a arm of the plumber that get hurt of sudden. He never go out, only on roof. And my boy Esteban, he bring him his food and laundry and medicines and chemicals. My God, the sal ammoniac that man use for keep him cool. Mrs. Herrero disappeared up the staircase to the 4th floor, and I returned to my room. The ammonia ceased to drip, and as I cleaned up what had spilled and opened the window for air, I heard the landlady's heavy footsteps above me. Dr. Munoz I had never heard, save for certain sounds of some gasoline-driven mechanism, since his step was soft and gentle. I wondered for a moment what the strange affliction of this man might be, and whether his obstinate refusal of outside aid were not the result of a rather baseless eccentricity. There is, I reflected tritely, an infinite deal of pathos in the state of an imminent person who has come down in the world. I might never have known Dr. Munoz had it not been for the heart attack that suddenly seized me one forenoon as I sat writing in my room. Physicians had told me of the danger of those spells, and I knew there was no time to be lost. So remembering what the landlady had said about the invalid's help of the injured workman, I dragged myself upstairs and knocked feebly at the door above mine. My knock was answered in good English by a curious voice some distance to the right, asking my name and business. And these things being stated, there came an opening of the door next to the one I had sought. A rush of cool air greeted me, and though the day was one of the hottest of late June, I shivered as I crossed the threshold into the large apartment, whose rich and tasteful decoration surprised me in the nest of squalor and seediness. A folding couch now filled its diurnal roll of sofa, and the mahogany furniture, sumptuous hangings, old paintings, and mellow bookshelves all bespoke a gentleman's study rather than a boarding-house bedroom. I now saw that the hall room above mine, the lethal room of bottles and machines which Mrs. Herrero had mentioned, was merely the laboratory of a doctor, and that his main living quarters lay in the spacious adjoining room, whose convenient alcoves and large contiguous bathroom permitted him to hide all dressers and obtrusive utilitarian devices. Dr. Munoz, most certainly, was a man of birth, cultivation, and discrimination. The figure before me was short but exquisitely proportioned, and clad in somewhat formal dress of perfect cut and fit. A high-bred face of masterful though not arrogant expression was adorned by a short iron-gray full beard, and an old-fashioned pince-nez shielded the full dark eyes and surmounted an aquiline nose which gave a Moorish touch to a physiognomy otherwise dominantly Celtiberian. Thick, well-trimmed hair that argued the punctual calls of a barber was parted gracefully above a high forehead, and the whole picture was one of striking intelligence and superior blood and breeding. Nevertheless, as I saw Dr. Munoz in that blast of cool air, I felt a repugnance which nothing in his aspect could justify. Only his lividly inclined complexion and coldness of touch could have afforded a physical basis for this feeling, and even these things should have been excusable considering the man's known invalidism. It might, too, have been the singular cold that alienated me, for such chilliness was abnormal on so hot a day, and the abnormal always excites aversion, distrust, and fear. But repugnance was soon forgotten in admiration, for the strange physician's extreme skill at once became manifest, despite the ice-coldness and shakiness of his bloodless-looking hands. He clearly understood my needs at a glance, and ministered to them with a master's deftness, the while reassuring me in a finely modulated though oddly hollow and timbreless voice that he was the bitterest of sworn enemies to death, and had sunk his fortune and lost all his friends in a lifetime of bizarre experiment devoted to its bafflement and extirpation. Something of the benevolent fanatic seemed to reside in him, and he rambled on almost garrulously as he sounded my chest and mixed a suitable draught of drugs fetched from the smaller laboratory room. Evidently, he found the society of a well-born man a rare novelty in this dingy environment, and was moved to unaccustomed speech as memories of better days surged over him. His voice, if queer, was at least soothing, and I could not even perceive that he breathed as the fluent sentences rolled urbanely out. He sought to distract my mind from my own seizure by speaking of his theories and experiments, and I remember his tactfully consoling me about my weak heart by insisting that will and consciousness are stronger than organic life itself, so that if a bodily frame be but originally healthy and carefully preserved, it may, through a scientific enhancement of these qualities, retain a kind of nervous animation, despite the most serious impairments, defects, or even absences in the battery of specific organs. He might, he half-jestingly said, some day teach me to live, or at least possess some kind of conscious existence, without any heart at all. For his part, he was afflicted with a complication of maladies, requiring a very exact regimen which included constant cold. Any marked rise in temperature might, if prolonged, affect him fatally, and the frigidity of his habitation, some 55 or 56 degrees Fahrenheit, was maintained by an absorption system of ammonia cooling, the gasoline engine of whose pumps I had often heard in my own room below. Relieved of my seizure in a marvelously short while, I left the shivery place a disciple and devotee of the gifted recluse. After that I paid him frequent overcoated calls, listening while he told of secret researches and almost ghastly results, and trembling a bit when I examined the unconventional and astonishingly ancient volumes on his shelves. I was eventually, I may add, almost cured of my disease for all time by his skillful ministrations. It seems that he did not scorn the incantations of the medievalists, since he believed that these cryptic formulae to contain rare psychological stimuli which might conceivably have singular effects on the substance of a nervous system from which organic pulsations had fled. I was touched by his account of the aged Dr. Torres of Valencia, who had shared his earlier experiments with him through the great illness of 18 years before, whence his present disorders proceeded. No sooner had the venerable practitioner saved his colleague than he himself succumbed to the grim enemy he had fought. Perhaps the strain had been too great, for Dr. Munoz made it whisperingly clear, though not in detail, that the methods of healing had been most extraordinary, involving scenes and processes not welcomed by elderly and conservative Galens. As the weeks passed, I observed with regret that my new friend was indeed slowly but unmistakably losing ground physically, as Mrs. Herrero had suggested. The livid aspect of his countenance was intensified, and his voice became more hollow and indistinct. His muscular motions were less perfectly coordinated, and his mind and will displayed less resilience and initiative. Of this sad change he seemed by no means unaware, and little by little his expression and conversation both took on a gruesome irony, which restored in me something of the subtle repulsion I had originally felt. He developed strange caprices, acquiring a fondness for exotic spices and Egyptian incense, till his room smelled like the vault of a sepulchred pharaoh in the Valley of Kings. At the same time, his demands for cold air increased, and with my aid he amplified the ammonia piping of his room, and modified the pumps and feed of his refrigerating machine, till he could keep the temperature as low as 34 or 40, and finally even 28. The bathroom and laboratory, of course, being less chilled, in order that water might not freeze, and that chemical processes might not be impeded. The tenant adjoining him complained of the icy air from around the connecting door, so I helped him fit heavy hangings to obviate the difficulty. A kind of growing horror of outre and morbid casts seemed to possess him. He talked of death incessantly, but laughed hollowly when such things as burial or funeral arrangements were gently suggested. All in all, he became a disconcerting and even gruesome companion, yet in my gratitude for his healing, I could not well abandon him to the strangers around him, and was careful to dust his room and attend to his needs each day, muffled in a heavy ulster which I bought especially for the purpose. I likewise did much of his shopping, and gasped in bafflement at some of the chemicals he ordered from druggists and laboratory supply houses. An increasing and unexplained atmosphere of panic seemed to rise around his apartment. The whole house, as I have said, had a musty odor, but the smell in his room was worse, and in spite of all the spices and incense and the pungent chemicals of the now incessant baths which he insisted on taking unaided, I perceived that it must be connected with his ailment, and shuddered when I reflected on what that ailment might be. Mrs. Herrero crossed herself when she looked at him, and gave him up unreservedly to me, not even letting her son Esteban continue to run errands for him. When I suggested other physicians, the sufferer would fly into as much of a rage as he seemed to dare to entertain. He evidently feared the physical effect of violent emotion, yet his will and driving force waxed rather than waned, and he refused to be confined to his bed. The lassitude of his earlier ill days gave place to a return of his fiery purpose, so that he seemed about to hurl defiance at the death demon, even as the ancient enemy seized him. The pretense of eating, always curiously like a formality with him, he virtually abandoned, and mental power alone appeared to keep him from total collapse. He acquired a habit of writing long documents of some sort, which he carefully sealed and filled with injunctions that I transmit them after his death to certain persons whom he named, for the most part lettered East Indians, but including a once celebrated French physician, now generally thought to be dead, and about whom the most inconceivable things had been whispered. As it happened, I burned all of these papers, undelivered and unopened. His aspect and voice became utterly frightful, and his presence almost unbearable. One September day, an unexpected glimpse of him induced an epileptic fit in a man who had come to repair his electric desk lamp, a fit for which he prescribed effectively while keeping himself well out of sight. That man, oddly enough, had been through the terrors of the Great War without having incurred any fright so thorough. Then, in the middle of October, the horror of horrors came with stupefying suddenness. One night, about 11, the pump of the refrigerating machine broke down so that within 3 hours the process of ammonia cooling became impossible. Dr. Munoz summoned me by thumping on the floor, and I worked desperately to repair the injury while my host cursed in a tone whose lifeless, rattling hollowness surpassed description. My amateur efforts, however, proved of no use, and when I had brought in a mechanic from a neighboring all-night garage, we learned that nothing could be done till morning, when a new piston would have to be obtained. The moribund hermit's rage and fear, swelling to grotesque proportions, seemed likely to shatter what remained of his failing physique, and once a spasm caused him to clap his hands to his eyes and rush into the bathroom. He groped his way out, with face tightly bandaged, and I never saw his eyes again. The frigidity of the apartment was now sensibly diminishing, and at about 5 a.m. the doctor retired to the bathroom, commanding me to keep him supplied with all the ice I could obtain at all-night drugstores and cafeterias. As I would return from my sometimes discouraging trips, and lay my spoils before the closed bathroom door, I could hear a restless splashing within, and a thick voice croaking out the order for more. At length the warm day broke, and the shops opened one by one. I asked Esteban either to help with the ice fetching whilst I obtained the pump piston, or to order the piston while I continued with the ice, but instructed by his mother, he absolutely refused. Finally, I hired a seedy-looking loafer whom I encountered on the corner of 8th Avenue to keep the patient supplied with ice from a little shop where I introduced him, and applied myself diligently to the task of finding a pump piston and engaging workmen competent to install it. The task seemed interminable, and I raged almost as violently as the hermit when I saw the hours slipping by in a breathless, foodless round of vain telephoning, and a hectic quest from place to place, hither and thither by subway and surface car. About noon I encountered a suitable supply house far downtown, and at approximately 1:30 p.m. arrived at my boarding place with the necessary paraphernalia and 2 sturdy and intelligent mechanics. I had done all I could, and hoped I was in time. Black terror, however, had preceded me. The house was in utter turmoil, and above the chatter of odd voices I heard a man praying in a deep basso. Fiendish things were in the air, and lodgers told over the beads of their rosaries as they caught the odor from beneath the doctor's closed door. The lounger I had hired, it seems, had fled screaming and mad-eyed not long after his second delivery of ice, perhaps as a result of excessive curiosity. He could not, of course, have locked the door behind him, yet it was now fastened, presumably from the inside. There was no sound within, save a nameless, sort of slow, thick dripping. Briefly consulting with Mrs. Herrero and the workmen, despite a fear that gnawed my inmost soul, I advised the breaking down of the door, but the landlady found a way to turn the key from outside with some wire device. We had previously opened the doors of all the other rooms on that hall and flung all the windows to the very top. Now, noses protected by handkerchiefs, we tremblingly invaded the accursed south room, which blazed with the warm sun of early afternoon. A kind of dark, slimy trail led from the open bathroom door to the hall door and thence to a desk where a terrible little pool had accumulated. Something was scrawled there in pencil, in an awful blind hand on a piece of paper hideously smeared as though by the very claws that traced the hurried last words. Then the trail led to the couch and ended unutterably. What was or had been on the couch I cannot and dare not say here, but this is what I shiveringly puzzled out on the stickily smeared paper before I drew a match and burned it to a crisp. What I puzzled out in terror as the landlady and 2 mechanics rushed frantically from that hellish place to babble their incoherent stories at the nearest police station. The nauseous words seemed well-nigh incredible in that yellow sunlight, with the clatter of cars and motor trucks ascending clamorously from crowded 14th Street. Yet I confess that I believed them then. Whether I believe them now, I honestly do not know. There are things about which it is better not to speculate, and all I can say is that I hate the smell of ammonia, and grow faint at a draught of unusually cool air. "The end," ran that noisome scrawl, "is here. No more ice. The man looked and ran away. Warmer every minute, and the tissues can't last. I fancy you know what I said about the will and the nerves and the preserved body after the organs ceased to work. It was good theory, but couldn't keep up indefinitely. There was a gradual deterioration I had not foreseen. Dr. Torres knew, but the shock killed him. He couldn't stand what he had to do. He had to get me in a strange, dark place when he minded my letter and nursed me back. And the organs never would work again. It had to be done my way. Artificial preservation. For you see, I died that time 18 years ago." End of Cool Air. Recording by Cale Moore.
The End of the World, A Dream, by Ivan Turgenev. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Theo Douglas, Seattle, Washington, September 2025. The End of the World, A Dream, by Ivan Turgenev. I fancied I was somewhere in Russia, in the wilds, in a simple country house, the room big and low, pitched with 3 windows, the walls whitewashed, no furniture. Before the house, a barren plain, gradually sloping downwards. It stretches into the distance. A gray, monotonous sky hangs over it, like the canopy of a bed. I am not alone. There are some 10 persons in the room with me, all quite plain people, simply dressed. They walk up and down in silence, as it were, stealthily. They avoid one another, and yet are continually looking anxiously at one another. Not one knows why he has come into this house and what people there are with him. On all the faces, uneasiness and despondency. All in turn approach the windows and look about intently as though expecting something from without. Then again they fall to wandering up and down. Among us is a small-sized boy. From time to time he whimpers in the same thin voice, "Father, I'm frightened." My heart turns sick at his whimper, and I too begin to be afraid. Of what? I don't know myself, only I feel there is coming nearer and nearer a great, great calamity. The boy keeps on and on with his wail. Oh, to escape from here! How stifling, how weary, how heavy. But escape is impossible. That sky is like a shroud, and no wind. Is the air dead, or what? All at once, the boy runs up to the window and shrieks in the same piteous voice, "Look, look, the earth has fallen away." How? Fallen away? Yes. Just now there was a plain before the house, and now it stands on a fearful height. The horizon has sunk, has gone down, and from the very house drops an almost overhanging, as it were scooped out, black precipice. We all crowded to the window. Horror froze our hearts. "Here it is, here it is," whispers one next me. And behold, along the whole far boundary of the earth, something began to stir. Some sort of small, roundish hillocks began heaving and falling. It is the sea. The thought flashed on us all at the same instant. It will swallow us all up directly. Only, how can it grow and rise upwards to this precipice? And yet it grows enormously. Already there are not separate hillocks heaving in the distance. One continuous, monstrous wave embraces the whole circle of the horizon. It is swooping down upon us. In an icy hurricane it flies, swirling in the darkness of hell. Everything shuddered. And there, in this flying mass, was the crash of thunder, the iron wail of thousands of throats. Ah, what a roaring and moaning! It was the earth howling for terror. The end of it, the end of all. The child whimpered once more. I tried to clutch at my companions, but already we were all crushed, buried, drowned, swept away by that pitch-black, icy, thundering wave. Darkness, darkness everlasting. Scarcely breathing, I awoke. End of The End of the World, a Dream.
"25 Ghost Stories" by W. Bob Holland. Grand Dame's Ghost Story. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Max Soundwell. I don't know whether you ever tell your children ghost stories or not. Some mothers don't, but our mother, though of German descent, was strong-minded on the ghost subject, and early taught all of her children to be fearless mentally as well as physically, and, though dearly fond of hearing ghost stories, especially if they were real, true ghosts, we were sadly skeptical as to there being anything of the kind that could harm. We were quite learned in ghostly lore, knew all about doppelgangers, will-o'-the-wisp, blue lights, etc., and would not have a greater treat for good behavior than for our mother to draw on her store of supernatural tales for our entertainment. The story I am about to relate, she told us one stormy night, when, gathered round her chair in her own cosy sanctum, before a cheerful fire, we ate nuts and apples and listened, while she recited an o'er-true tale, told her by her grandmother, who herself witnessed the vision. It was a fearful night. The wind sobbed and wailed round the house like lost spirits mourning their doom. The rain beat upon the casements, and the trees, writhing in the torture of the fierce blast, groaned and swayed until their tops almost swept the earth. Bright flashes of lightning pierced even through the closed shutters and heavy curtains, and the thunder had a sullen, threatening roar that made your blood creep. It was a night to make one seek to shut out all sound, draw the curtains close, stir the fire, and nestle deep in the armchair before it, with feet upon the fender, and have something cheerful to think or talk about. But I was all alone, none in the house with me but the servants, and the servants' wing was detached from the main part of the building, for I do not care to have menials near me, and I had no loved ones near. It was just such a night that Nancy Black died. What a fearful night for the soul to leave its earthly home and go out into the vast, unknown future, I spoke aloud, as rousing from a train of thought. I drew my heavy mantle closer round me, wheeled my armchair nearer the fire, and cuddled down in it, burying my feet in the foot cushion to warm them, for I felt strangely cold. I was in the library. It was my usual sitting room, for I seldom used the parlours. What was the use? My books were my friends, and I loved best to be with them. My children dead or married and away, the cold, grand parlours always seemed gloomy and sad. The ghosts of departed pleasures haunted them, and I cared not to enter them. It was a long, wide room across the hall from the parlours, running the whole length of the house, and was lined with shelves from floor to ceiling. My husband's father had been a bibliomaniac, and my husband had had a leaning that way also, and the shelves held many an old rare work that was worth its weight in gold. The fire, though burning brightly, did not illume one half the room, of which, sitting in the chimney corner, I commanded a full view, and had been looking at the shadows playing on the furniture and shelves, as the flame shot up, and after flickering a moment would die out, leaving a gloom, which would break away into fantastic shadows as the firelight would again shoot up. While watching the gleams of light and darkling shades, unconsciously the wailing of the storm outside attracted my attention. There seemed to be odd noises of tapping on the windows, and sobs and sighs, as though someone was entreating entrance from the fierce tumult. And as I sat there, again I thought of Nancy Black, the old schoolgirl friend who had loved me so dearly, and the night when she went forth to meet the doom appointed her. Resting my head upon my hand, I sat gazing in the fire, thinking over her strange life and still stranger death, and wondering what would have become of the money and jewels that I knew she had once possessed. While sitting thus, a queer sensation crept over me. It was not fear, but a feeling as though, if I'd look up, I'd see something frightful. A shiver, not like that of cold, ran from my head to my feet, and a sensation as though someone was breathing icy cold breath upon my forehead. The same feeling you would cause by holding a piece of ice to your cheek. It fluttered over my face and finally settled round my lips, as though the unseen one was caressing me, thrilling me with horror. But I am not fearful. nervous nor imaginative, and resolutely throwing off the dread that fell upon me, I turned round and looked up, and there, so close by my side that my hand, involuntarily thrown out, passed through her seeming form, stood Nancy Black. It was Nancy Black, and yet not Nancy Black. Her whole body had a semi-transparent appearance, just as your hand looks when you hold it between yourself and a strong light. Her clothing, apparently the same as worn in life, had a wavy, seething, flickering look like flames have, and yet did not seem to burn. "In the name of God, Nancy Black, what brought you here, and whence came you?" I exclaimed. A hollow whisper followed. "Thank you, my old friend, for speaking to me, and oh, how deeply I thank you for thinking of me tonight. I shall have rest. Rest." I heard echoed, and a jeering laugh ran through the room that made her quiver at its sound. "I have been near you often, but always failed to find you in a condition when you would be en rapport before tonight. What I came for, I will tell you. Whence I come, you need not know. Suffice it to say that were I happy, I would not be here on such an errand, nor on such a night. It is only when the elements are in a tumult, and the winds wail and moan, that we come forth. When you hear these sounds, it is souls of the lost you hear mourning their doom. 'Tis then they wander up and down, to and fro, their only release from their fearful home of torture and undying pain. I have come to tell you that you must go over to the old house, and in the back room I always kept locked, have the carpet taken up from toward the fireplace. You will see a plank with a knot-hole in it. Remove that, and you will find what caused me to lose my soul. Have prayers said for me, for 'tis well to pray for the dead. The money and jewels give in charity. Bury in holy ground the others you find, and pray for them and me. Ah, Jeanette, you thought your old friend though strange and odd, pure and innocent. It is a bitter part of my punishment that I must change your thought of me. Farewell, do not fail me, and I shall trouble you no more. But whenever you hear that wind howl and sweep round the house as it does tonight, know that the lost are near. It is their swift flight through space, fleeing before the scourge of memory and conscience that causes that sound. That tomorrow you may not think you are dreaming, here is a token." And she touched the palm of my hand with her fingertips. And as you see, my child, to this day there are 3 crimson spots in the palm of my hand that nothing will eradicate. Do not fail me, and pray for us, Jeanette. Pray. And with a longing, wistful gaze and a deep sobbing sigh, Nancy Black faded from my sight. "Am I dreaming?" I exclaimed, as I rose from my chair and rang the bell. When the servant entered, I bade him attend to the fire and light the lamps, and I went through the room to see if any unusual arrangement of the furniture could have caused the appearance, but nothing was apparent, and I bade him send my maid to attend me in my chamber, for I could not help feeling unwilling to remain in the library any longer that evening. While making my toilet for the night, my maid said, "Have you burned your hand, madam?" Glancing hastily down, I saw 3 dark crimson spots upon the palm of my left hand. They had an odd look, seared as though touched by a red-hot iron, yet the flesh was soft, not burned, and not painful. Making some excuse for it, I did not allude to it again, and dismissed her speedily, that I might reflect undisturbed over the singular occurrence. There were the marks upon my hand. I could not remove them, and they did not fade. In fact, Their deep red made the rest of the palm lose its pinkish hue and look pale from the strong contrast. Could I have been asleep and dreamed it all, and by any means have done this to myself? I thought, but finally concluded that on the morrow I'd go over to Nancy Black's old residence and settle the question, and with that conclusion had to content myself until the morrow came. Nancy Black was an old friend from my girlhood, who had owned large property in the town and lived all alone in a spacious stone house directly opposite my home, and who, when dying, had left me the sole legatee of her property. When morning came, I took the keys and, with my maid, went over to Nancy's house. It had never been disturbed since her death, which was sudden and somewhat singular, and the furniture remained just as she left it when taken to her last resting place. We went to the room Nancy had directed. I bade Sarah take up the carpet, and, sure enough, there was a plank with a knothole in it. So I sent her from the room, and lifted the plank myself, and there, between the two joints, rested a long box, the lid not fastened. Opening it, I was horrified to see two skeletons, those of an infant and of a woman, small in stature and delicate frame. In a moment it flashed before me that I saw all that remained of Nancy Black's young sister, a girl of 17, who had left home somewhat mysteriously years ago, and had died while absent. At least, that was the version Nancy had given of her absence, and no one had dreamed of doubting it. Her tale was so naturally told. Left orphans when Lucy was only 2 years and Nancy 18, she had devoted her life to the care of this young girl, and when she found her sister had fallen, she, in her pride of name and position, had destroyed mother and child, that her shame might not be known, and had lived all those dreary years in that house with her fearful secret. Round the box, heaped up on every side, were money and jewels, and a parchment scroll among them had written on it, "Lucy's share of our father's estate." I carried out Nancy's wishes to the letter, for I now firmly believed that she had come to me herself that night. To avoid scandal resting on the dead, I took our clergyman into my confidence, and with his assistance had the remains buried quietly in consecrated ground. The money and jewels were given to the poor, and the old building I turned into a home for destitute females, and morning and night, as I kneel in prayer, I pray forgiveness to rest upon Nancy Black, and peace to her troubled soul. The end of Grand Dame's Ghost Story.
The Insect by Ivan Turgenev. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Theo Douglas, Seattle, Washington, October 2025. I dreamed that we were sitting, a party of 20, in a big room with open windows. Among us were women, children, old men. We were all talking of some very well-known subject, talking noisily and indistinctly. Suddenly, with a sharp, whirling sound, there flew into the room a big insect, 2 inches long. It flew in, circled round, and settled on the wall. It was like a fly or a wasp. Its body, dirt-colored, of the same color to its flat, stiff wings, outspread feather claws, and a head thick and angular, like a dragonfly's. Both head and claws were bright red, as though steeped in blood. This strange insect incessantly turned its head up and down, to right and to left, moved its claws, then suddenly darted from the wall, flew with a whirling sound about the room, and again settled. again hatefully and loathsomely wriggling all over, without stirring from the spot. In all of us, it excited a sensation of loathing, dread, even terror. No one of us had ever seen anything like it. We all cried, "Drive that monstrous thing away," and waved our handkerchiefs at it from a distance. But no one ventured to go up to it. And when the insect began flying, everyone instinctively moved away. Only one of our party, a pale-faced young man, stared at us all in amazement. He shrugged his shoulders. He smiled, and positively could not conceive what had happened to us, and why we were in such a state of excitement. He himself did not see an insect at all, did not hear the ill-omened whir of its wings. All at once, the insect seemed to stare at him, darted off, and dropping on his head, stung him on the forehead, above the eyes. The young man feebly groaned and fell dead. The fearful fly flew out at once. Only then we guessed what it was had visited us. End of The Insect.
The Last Stage Coachman by Wilkie Collins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Last Stage Coachman by Wilkie Collins. The Last Stage Coachman. It falls upon the ear of everyone but a shareholder in railways with a boding, melancholy sound. In spite of our natural reverence for the wonders of science, our hearts grow heavy at the thought of never again beholding the sweet-smelling nosegay, the unimpeachable top boots, and fair white breeches, once so prominent as the uniform of the fraternity. With all our respect for the expeditious and business-like traveling, we experience a feeling nearly akin to disgust at being marshaled to our places by a bell and a fellow with a badge on his shoulder, instead of hearing the cheery summons, "Now then, gentlemen," and being regaled by a short and instructive conversation with a ruddy-faced personage in a dustless olive-green coat and prismatic Belcher handkerchief. What did we want with smoke? Had we not the coachman's cigar, if we were desirous of observing its shapes and appearances? Who would be so unreasonable as to languish for steam when he could inhale it on a cool autumnal morning, naturally concocted from the backs of 4 blood horses? Who? Alas, we may propose questions and find out answers to the end of the chapter, and yet fail in reforming the perverted taste of the present generation. We know that the attempt is useless, and we give up in sorrowful and philosophic resignation, and proceed, undaunted by the probable sneers of railway directors, to the recital of A Vision. Methought I walked forth one autumn evening to observe the arrival of a stagecoach. I wandered on, yet nothing of the kind met my eye. I tried many an old public road. They were now grass-grown, and miry or desecrated by the abominable presence of a station. I wended my way towards a famous roadside inn. It was desolate and silent, or in other words, to let. I looked for the commercial room. Not a pot of beer adorned the mouldering tables, and not a pipe lay scattered over the wild and beautiful seclusions of its once numerous boxes. It was deserted and useless. The voice of the traveler rung no longer round its walls, and the merry horn of the guard startled no more the sleepy few, who once congregated round its hospitable door. The chill fireplace and broad antiquated mantelpiece presented but one bill, the starting time of an adjacent railroad, surmounted by a representation of those engines of destruction in dull, frowsy lithograph. I turned to the yard. Where was the ostler with his unbraced breeches and his upturned shirt-sleeves? Where was the stable-boy with his wisp of straw and his sieve of oats? Where was the coquettish mares and the tall blood horses? Where was the manager and the stable door? All gone, all disappeared. The buildings dilapidated and tottering. Of what use is a stable to a stoker? The ostler and the stable-boy had passed away. What fellowship have either with a boiler? The inn-yard was no more. The very dunghill in its farthest corner was choked by dust and old bricks, and the cock, the pride of the country round, clamoured no longer on the ruined and unsightly wall. I thought it was possible that he had satisfied long since the cravings of a railway committee, and I sat down on a ruined water-tub to give way to the melancholy reflections called up by the sight before me. I know not how long I meditated. There was no officious waiter to ask me what I would please to order, no chambermaid to simper out, "This way, sir," not even a stray cat to claim acquaintance with the calves of my legs, or a horse's hoof to tread upon my toe. There was nothing to disturb my miserable reverie, and I anathematized railways without distinction or exception. The distant sound of slow and stealthy footsteps at last attracted my attention. I looked to the far end of the yard. Heavens above! A stage-coachman was pacing its worn and weedy pavement. There was no mistaking him. He wore the low-crowned, broad-brimmed, whitey-brown, well-brushed hat, the voluminous checked neckcloth, the ample-skirted coat, the striped waistcoat, the white cords, and last, not least, the immortal boots. But alas, the calf that had once filled them out had disappeared. They clanked heavily on the pavement instead of creaking tightly and noisily wherever he went. His waistcoat, evidently once filled almost to bursting, hung in loose, uncomfortable folds about his emaciated waist. Large wrinkles marred the former beauty of the fit of his coat, and his face was all lines and furrows instead of smiles and jollity. The spirit of the fraternity had passed away from him. He was the stage-coachman, only in dress. He walked backwards and forwards for some time without turning his head one way or the other, except now and then to peer into the deserted stable or to glance mournfully at the whip he held in his hand. At last the sound of the arrival of a train struck upon his ear. He drew himself up to his full height, slowly and solemnly shook his clenched fist in the direction of the sound, and looked. Oh, that look! It spoke annihilation to the mightiest engine upon the rail. It scoffed at steam and flashed furious derision at the largest terminus that ever was erected. It was an awfully comprehensive look, the concentrated essence of the fierce and deadly enmity of all the stage-coachmen in England to steam conveyance. To my utter astonishment, not, it must be owned, unmixed with fear, he suddenly turned his eyes towards my place of shelter and walked up to me. "That's the rail," said he between his set teeth. "It is," said I, considerably embarrassed. "Damn it!" returned the excited stage-coachman. There was something inexpressibly awful about this execration, and I confess I felt a strong internal conviction that the next day's paper would teem with horrible railway accidents in every column. "I did my utmost to oppose them," said the stage-coachman in softened accents. "I won the lost that govern. I kept a losing day after day, and yet I worked on. I was determined to do my duty, and I drove a coach the last day with an old woman, and a carpet-bag inside, and 3 little boys, and 7 whopping empty portmanteaus outside. I was determined, my last kick, to have some passengers, to show to the rail. So I took my wife and children, 'cause nobody else wouldn't go, and then we govern. Howsever, the last time as I was on the road, I didn't go and show 'em an empty coach. We wasn't full, but we wasn't empty. We was game to the last." A grim smile of triumph lit up the features of the deposed coachman as he gave vent to this assertion. He took hold of me by the buttonhole and led the way into the house. "This landlord was an austerious sort of a man," said he. "He used to observe that he only wished railway committee would dine at his house. He'd poison them all and immigrate, and he'd ha' done it too." I did not venture to doubt this, so the stagecoachman continued. "I've smoked my pipe by the hour together in that fireplace. I've read the Times advertisements and police reports in that box till I fell asleep. I've walked up and down this here room a-saying all sorts of things about the rail, and a-busting for happiness. Outside this weary door I've been a-drowned in thankies from ladies for never letting nobody step through their bandboxes. The chambermaids used to smile, and the dogs used to bark wherever I came. But it's all over now. The poor feller as kept this place takes tickets at a station, and the chambermaids make scalding hot tea behind a mahogany counter for people as has no time to drink it in." As the stagecoachman uttered these words, a contemptuous sneer puckered his sallow cheek. He led me back into the yard, the ruined appearance of which looked doubly mournful under the faint rays of moonlight that every here and there stole through the dilapidated walls of the stable. An owl had taken up his abode where the chief ostler's bedroom had once rejoiced in the grotesque majesty of huge portraits of every winner of every derby since the first days of Epsom. The bird of night flew heavily off at our approach, and my companion pointed gloomily up to the fragments of mouldy, worm-eaten wood, the last relics of the stable loft. "He was a great friend of mine, was that hostler," said the coachman, "but he's left this railway-bothered world. He was finished by the train." At my earnest entreaty to hear further, he continued, "When this whole place was goved up and ruinated, the hostler, as had never looked at the rail before, went down to have a sight of it, and as he was a-leaning his elbows on the wall, and a-wishing as how he had the stabling of all the steam engines, he'd ha' done him justice. What should he see but one of his horses, as was thrown out of employ by the rail, a-walking along just where the train was coming. Bill jumped down, and as he was a-leaning him off, up comes the train, and went over his leg and cut the horse in two. 'Tom,' he says to me when we picked him up, 'I'm a-going 11 mile an hour to the last stage as is left for me to do. I've always done my duty with the horses. I've been and done it now. Bury that poor horse and me out of the noise of the rail.' We got the surgeons to him, but he never spoke no more. Poor Bill, poor Bill." This last recollection seemed too much for the stagecoachman. He wrung my hand and walked abruptly to the furthest corner of the yard. I took care not to interrupt him, and watched him carefully from a distance. At first the one expression of his countenance was melancholy, but by degrees other thoughts came crowding from his mind and mantled on his woebegone visage. Poor fellow, I could see that he was again in imagination the beloved of the ladies and the adored of the chambermaids. A faint recollection of the affable yet majestic demeanor required by his calling flitted occasionally over his pinched, attenuated features, and brightened the cold, melancholy expression of his countenance. As I still looked, it grew darker and darker, yet the face of the stagecoachman was never for an instant hidden from me. The same artificial expression of pleasure characterized its lineaments as before. Suddenly I heard a strange, unnatural noise in the air. Now it seemed like the distant trampling of horses, and now again like the rumbling of a heavily laden coach along a public road. A faint, sickly light spread itself over that part of the heavens whence the sounds proceeded, and after an interval a fully equipped stagecoach appeared in the clouds, with a railway director strapped fast to each wheel, and a stoker between the teeth of each of the 4 horses. In place of luggage, fragments of broken steam carriages and red carpet bags filled with other mementos of railway accidents occupied the roof. Chance passengers appeared to be the only tenants of the outside places. In front sat Julius Caesar and Mrs. Hannah More, and behind, Sir Joseph Banks and Mrs. Brownrigg. Of all the insides I grieve to say, see nothing. On the box was a little man with fuzzy hair and large iron-gray whiskers, clothed in a coat of engineer's skin, with gloves of the hide of railway police. He pulled up opposite my friend, and bowing profoundly motioned him to the box seat. A gleam of unutterable joy irradiated the stage coachman's countenance as he stepped lightly into his place, seized the reins, and with one hearty good night, addressed to an imaginary inn full of people, started the horses. Off they drove, my friend in the plenitude of his satisfaction cracking the whip every instant as he drove the phantom coach into the air. And amidst the shrieks of the railway directors at the wheel, the groans of James Watt, the bugle of the guard, and the tremendous cursing of the invisible insides, fast and furiously disappeared from my eyes. End of The Last Stage Coachman by Wilkie Collins.
The Midnight Bus by Joseph Payne Brennan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Gurzynski. The Midnight Bus by Joseph Payne Brennan. Old Mrs. Twinning was telling a story about imported marmalade for the third time that evening when Martha glanced at her watch. "Oh, my goodness," she exclaimed. "I really must be off. If I don't hurry, I'll miss the last bus." Assuring her elderly hostess that she had had a most enjoyable evening, she wriggled into her coat, scurried into the vestibule, and was soon off the veranda steps and down the garden walk. Mrs. Twinning was an old dear, but she was tedious at times, Martha thought, as she swung open the gate and stepped onto the sidewalk. Goodness, here it was, almost midnight, and Mrs. Twinning was going on about marmalade for the third time. Luckily, she'd looked at her watch. She had rushed out in such a hurry she was well down the walk before she noticed the fog. Rising from the nearby river, it was thickening in the empty streets. The lights looked dim and far away. The whole suburb seemed muffled and silent. Shivering a little, Martha reached the bus stop and sat down on the cold bench. Glancing along the street, she saw that it was quite empty. The river fog was swirling in rapidly now. Even the trunks of trees were becoming blurred and half-shadowy. It was too bad, Martha thought, that people had to become old and lonely and hungry for talk, leading such dreary, uneventful lives that a little thing like imported marmalade assumed vast importance. She hadn't been out to see old Mrs. Twinning for over a year, and the poor dear would have kept on talking till morning if Martha hadn't broken away to catch the midnight bus back to town. Martha sighed, drawing her coat a little closer. She did wish the bus would hurry along. The bench began to feel like a carved slab of ice, and the fog was getting so thick she could scarcely see across the street. It was just after 12 by her watch when she saw a faint light flicker through the fog. It was a very feeble light, and it approached with maddening deliberation. It appeared to just creep along as if the driver of the vehicle were groping his way down a totally unfamiliar route. When the bus stopped in front of the bench, she saw that one of its headlights was quite dead, and the other did not look very bright. As she stepped up into the bus and dropped her coin, she intended telling the driver about the single headlight, but she didn't. The driver thrust a ticket at her without turning his head, and for some reason, which she didn't at the moment grasp, her impulse to speak vanished. She walked back to the middle of the bus and sat down. The bus rolled forward again. Glancing out, she could see nothing but fog. It pressed against the windows like a white wall. It even seemed to be seeping into the bus. The seat felt as cold as the bench back at the curb stop. For some reason, she kept looking at the driver, perhaps because there wasn't much else to look at. But all she could see of him was his back. He sat slumped in the seat, hunched over the wheel, looking to neither left nor right, his total attention focused on the fog-blurred ribbon of road immediately ahead. Martha wished there were some other passengers on the bus. The driver was no company at all, and the smothering fog outside made everything seem so desolate. The interior of the bus itself looked dingy and soiled, as if it hadn't been swept out or polished for months on end. Frowning toward the window, Martha realized that she would never be able to tell when they were approaching her destination, Barley Street. The fog had become an impenetrable blanket, swirling close on all sides. "Driver," Martha called out, "will you please stop at Barley Street?" He didn't answer, didn't turn, didn't so much as nod his head. He stared forward into the fog, and Martha imagined that he hadn't even heard her. But of course he must have. It was simply that the fog made driving hazardous, and his entire attention was concentrated on the street ahead. Trying to stifle her irritation, Martha leaned her head back against the seat and attempted to relax. But the top of the seat was hard and cold, and she soon sat up straight again. She suddenly realized that she was shivering. What a bore! She must be catching cold. But the bus did seem frigid. She could scarcely keep her teeth from chattering. And now a new vexation caught her attention. In spite of the almost opaque wall of fog, the bus driver was steadily increasing the speed of his vehicle. The bus careened along at a constantly accelerated rate, bumping and lurching and swaying from side to side. Martha felt a funny little knot of fear and apprehension begin to tighten in her breast. For a block or two, she held tight to her seat, stifling an urge to shout at the driver, but finally she could stand it no longer. "Driver," she called out in a strained voice, which didn't sound at all like her own, "you're going much too fast. Won't you please slow down?" As if in response and without paying her any other heed, the driver managed a new and positively fearful burst of speed. The bus thundered ahead until the fog seemed to be going by in white streamers of light. Fighting back rising hysteria, Martha stood up. "Driver, please, we'll be killed!" For the first time, the driver turned. In the poor light, his face under the visor of his driver's cap looked as blurred and white as the fog outside. "We're late on the run! We'll never make it!" He turned back to the wheel. Martha felt deadly fear coil up within her. The man was either drunk or mad, and she sensed at once that any further attempt to reason with him would be futile. Clutching the seat handles, she began stumbling toward the front of the bus. At least she would be near the door, she decided, if something happened. Once a sudden lurch of the bus almost threw her off her feet. Clutching the back of a seat, she regained her balance and staggered ahead. She could no longer force back the panic which was welling within her. She knew that her life was in imminent and deadly danger. And when she finally reached the front of the bus and stared ahead into the fog, it was impossible to retain any lingering doubts about the lethal jeopardy of her position. The vehicle's single headlight had gone out. The bus was racing through the midnight fog in total darkness. With a scream, Martha turned toward the driver. He sat with a fixed stare, grimly intent, entirely oblivious to everything except the white wall of fog looming up immediately ahead. With the scream still on her lips, Martha whirled toward the door. It opened, or perhaps it had been open. She was too terrified to know. But in any case, there was the cold white fog streaming past outside. She hesitated momentarily. It took courage to hurl herself into that rushing white wall, never knowing exactly what lay beyond it, beneath it, within it. But some sure instinct warned her that there was no choice. This fearful, icy bus racing ahead into the foggy darkness without any lights could come to only one end. With another wild scream, she plunged through the open door into the streamers of fog. For a second, she was snatched through space in the wake of the midnight bus. Then she struck earth with a thud which seemed to loosen every bone in her body and went bouncing and rolling along the ground like a rag doll, hurled aside by an angry child. She came to rest against a hedge and lay motionless, the taste of wet moldy earth in her mouth. She was still lying there, wondering how many bones she had broken, when a rending crash sounded somewhere ahead in the foggy darkness. She heard the tinkle of falling splinters of glass, and then there was silence. Sudden, terrifying silence. The silence endured, pregnant and somehow horrifying, and she wanted to scream again, but her mouth was full of dirt and screaming was difficult. A light appeared, someone shouted, and she managed to groan. A face materialized out of the fog, a kindly, anxious face. The man bent over her. He spoke soothingly for a moment. He straightened up and called into the fog. "It's a girl, Alika. She's hurt. Bring a blanket, quickly." In less than a minute, a sturdy woman appeared. The two of them, the man and the woman, slid the blanket under Martha and lifted her up. In another minute, she was carried out of the fog into a cozy, lighted house and tenderly laid on a couch. While the man telephoned for a doctor, the woman, Alika, asked Martha where she was hurt the most. Martha wasn't sure. She hurt all over, but not in any special place. The woman brought a wet cloth, a glass, and a pitcher of water. After Martha had rinsed out her mouth, the woman gently washed her face. The man came into the room. "The doctor's coming right over. Now don't you worry." Martha sat up and carefully moved her legs. They felt bruised, but assuredly not broken, and she could move her arms without any concentrated pain. The man nodded. "Good. No bones broken by the looks. You were lucky, child. You struck the turf outside and not the hard cobbles." The woman peered at her intently. "What happened, dear, if you want to tell?" Martha suddenly remembered that splintering crash which had followed shortly after her frenzied leap from the speeding bus. "Oh, that poor man," she said. "Has anybody gone to help him?" They both looked at her. "What man, dear?" the woman asked. "The bus driver," Martha said. "That was such a horrible crash." They went on looking at her without saying anything. A queer uneasiness overcame her. "Didn't you hear it?" she asked. The man shook his head. "We heard you scream, but we didn't hear any crash." "But there was," Martha explained, frowning. "The bus I jumped out of didn't have any lights, and it was speeding, and I heard it crash." They were looking at her strangely now, as if they didn't believe a word she was saying. As if, Martha thought, they were patiently hearing out the imaginary story of a feverish child. "What bus did you jump out of?" the woman asked, laying a cool hand against Martha's forehead. "The midnight bus," Martha replied. "I was visiting a friend on Coverton Street. I got the last bus, the midnight bus, just after 12. The woman smiled gently. "The last bus on Coverton Street runs through at 11. The midnight bus was discontinued a year ago. Nobody used it much, and then after the crash—" "What crash?" interrupted Martha, with an eerie feeling that she knew what the answer would be. "A year ago," the woman explained, "the driver of the Coverton Street midnight bus ran off the road into a wall and was instantly killed. Luckily, no passengers were on the bus. It happened not far from here. There were no witnesses to the crash, but someone claimed later that the bus had been speeding along Coverton Street through the fog without any lights." Suddenly the woman turned pale. She stared at Martha. "And you were saying your bus? No lights?" Remembering the cold, grim interior of the bus, the white face of the driver, and the one feeble headlight which had finally gone out, Martha felt an icy thrill of fear. She saw her bag lying on the couch, and she pointed to it. "My bus ticket," she told the woman, "is in there." When the woman drew out the bus ticket and held it up to the light, her pale face seemed drained of every drop of blood. She stared at her husband and then at Martha with round, frightened eyes. "I had forgotten," she said softly. The date on your ticket reminds me that crash was just a year ago tonight. End of The Midnight Bus.
Murder Mask by Edgar Daniel Kramer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Quartertone. With conflicting emotions in his faded eyes, the stooped and wrinkled butler bowed Coletti into the sun-flooded drawing-room. "I will tell the master and mistress you are here, sir," the old servitor's cracked voice quavered as he backed away. "I would as soon meet the devil," he spat, and crossed himself hastily as soon as he was out of the visitor's sight. "With its hypocrite smile and his cruel green eyes." He shuddered. "Ugh." Coletti, tall, dark, slender, prematurely graying at the temples, set his hat, gloves, and stick on the nearest chair, and with the lithe, slinking movements of a velvet-footed jungle beast, advanced to the center table. His inscrutable gaze fastened on the gardenia in his lapel, he drew a bit of silk from the inside pocket of his coat. For a clock tick or two he scrutinized it. Then, sucking in his breath with a reptilian hiss, he let it slip from his tapering fingers to the sun-splashed tabletop. It lay like a clot of blood on the polished mahogany. From a vest pocket he thumbed a rectangle of pasteboard, dog-eared and time-yellowed, which bore the badly faded, delicately penned legend: "Who wears this mask is doomed to slay, whom he loves best ere break of day." As Coletti stood, holding the worn card between his thumb and forefinger, a hideous change crept over him. The ghost of a smile playing about the corners of his thin-lipped mouth grew sardonic. His whole bearing became as deadly, as sinister as a rattler ready to strike. Like a miasma lifting from a fen, he exuded an aura of evil that polluted the atmosphere around him and took the warmth from the sunlight. His features grew wolfish and hardened into olive granite, while his eyes blazed feverishly as he thought of his dead grandfather's will that left all the eccentric impostor's estate to his ward, Nita Tosca, in trust for her children, if she married either of his nephews, Antonio Coletti or Tommaso Romani, but divided the income equally among the trio if the girl remained single or married somebody else. In such a contingency, upon the demise of the last of the three, the principal was to be distributed to stipulated charities. Nita had rejected Coletti's passionate suit and married Romani. Hiding his real feelings, Coletti had contrived to act as his cousin's best man. After the wedding, feeling cheated, nursing his wounded vanity, with hatred of the newlyweds festering in his veins, he fled to Europe. That was 6 months ago. Now he was back in his dead grandfather's house, with a handful of silk, a frayed card, an all-consuming hate, an inexorable determination to get Nita and her husband out of the picture, and— "Tony!" A voice like the tinkling of silver bells roused Coletti from his devilish introspection. Thrusting the card away, a quick smile driving the satanic expression from his face, he jerked around like an automaton, as a slip of a woman, blue-eyed, golden-haired, ivory-skinned, came fluttering toward him. Behind her, in the doorway, her husband paused. At first glance, and to the superficial observer, he was strikingly like Coletti. Closer study of the cousins, however, brought out subtle differences. Whereas Coletti was soft, hinting of unclean, forbidden things, with the unhealthy pallor of a plant too long away from the sun, Romani was as hard as a shining rapier, as clean as the salt tang of the sea, as frank as the day itself. "Nita!" Coletti's suave voice was a caress, as he seized the young woman's impulsively outstretched hands. "It is good to see you again. You are lovelier than ever." She laughed musically. "You're looking splendid, Tom." Coletti shook hands with his cousin. "I've never felt better," Romani answered. "When did you get back?" "Yesterday," Coletti told him, "on the Normandy." "You'll be coming to our mask tonight, Tony?" Nita queried. "Just try to keep me away," Coletti chuckled. He didn't deem it necessary to explain that he had deliberately timed his return so that he would not miss the mask. "In fact," he went on, "I've just arranged for my costume. By the way," he turned back to the table, "here's a mask I thought one of you might want to wear tonight. I happened to find it when I was unpacking this morning. It's unique, I think." Nita caught up the mask and shook out its deep crimson, almost black folds. "I'd wear it myself," Coletti added hastily, "but I'm coming as Death, and it wouldn't go very well with my costume." "It's lovely," Nita breathed, her eyes enigmatic. "So rich, so lustrous, so soft to the touch. Why, it's actually warm, like living flesh." Coletti eyed her narrowly. "It's been lying in the sunlight, my dear," her husband reminded her. "I'd wear it, Tony," Nita spoke dreamily, "but I'm attending the mask as a Watto shepherdess, and I'm afraid it won't fit into the picture at all." "I'll wear it," Romani relieved his wife of the mask. "As a Florentine dandy in the days of the Medici, I couldn't ask for anything better. It's just the thing to go with my black outfit." The late afternoon sunlight vanished. The room became a place of whispering shadows. Nita shivered. "What's the matter?" her husband asked anxiously. "I'm getting jittery, I guess," she laughed nervously. "I've been going on too fast a pace lately. I'll be glad when tonight's over. We won't unmask till we have breakfast at dawn." There was something akin to fear in her shifting glances. "After tonight, I'll be taking a long rest." Coletti unconsciously tautened. "Where'd you get this, Tony?" Romani wanted to know, as his long fingers stroked the silk. "In Padua," Coletti replied. "In a little cubbyhole of a shop off the beaten track. I figuratively fell into it." He chuckled at the recollection. "The mask struck my fancy as soon as I saw it." He fingered the card in his vest pocket. "I'll run along now. No need to ring for Benito. I'll see you tonight." They were not hearing him. As though fascinated, hypnotized, metamorphosed into stone like those who looked upon the Gorgons, they appeared completely absorbed in the mask. Coletti gathered up his hat and gloves and stick and silently let himself out. "After tonight," he chortled his satisfaction as he strolled down Park Avenue, "the house and all the income from the old man's estate will be mine. I'll live like a lord and throw some parties that'll knock the town's eyes out." He gloated in anticipation. "The poor blind fools. If the mask doesn't work, this will." He brought a tiny vial into view and cuddled it in his palm. "If the necessity arises, I will drop this into their wine. It is odorless, colorless, tasteless, and leaves no traces. Nita and Tom will never see another dawn." "You're beautiful tonight, my dear," Romani rapturously murmured his adoration. "Divinely lovely, Nita mine." "You're handsome yourself, Tom." Her eyes glowed like summer stars. "I'm mad about you, darling." She adjusted her domino. He caught her in his arms and clasped her close. Their lips met and clung. "I couldn't," he muttered thickly. "I wouldn't live without you, dear." "Be careful." She struggled for breath and reluctantly shoved him away. "You're crushing me, Tom. You're mussing me, too. Let me go now, please." Unwillingly, he released her. From below, there floated up to them the dulcet strains of a stringed ensemble, mingled with shrill feminine laughter, the hoarser mirth of men, the rustling of garments, the shuffling of feet. The air was heady with intoxicating perfumes. "We must be going down," she panted through cupid bow lips. "Are you ready?" "Just about." He slipped on the mask Coletti had brought. "All set. Let's go." She started and gasped, while her tiny hands flew to her slender throat. "What are you staring at?" he demanded, cold steel suddenly in his voice. "What's the matter, anyway?" "Your eyes, Tom," she choked. They're... She couldn't go on. "You have a bad case of nerves," he sneered as he pulled the lower part of the mask away from his face. "This thing persists in pressing against my mouth. You'd think it was alive." Your eyes are wild, she managed to gulp. You never looked at me like this, Tom. Oh, your eyes are hot and cruel, like Tony's at times. Like Tony's, eh? He jeered in a voice that had lost all its tenderness. I wish he had stayed on the other side, he continued vehemently. I wish he had broken his neck when he fell into that shop in Padua. If I never saw that beggar again, it would be too soon. Blinking her amazement, she seemed on the point of saying something, changed her mind, and turned to the door. Listen, lady. He seized her arm and roughly yanked her back. Don't be too nice to Tony. Don't encourage him. The rotter has a way with women. Tom! She fought vainly to break his hold. You're bruising my arm. Let me go. You're hurting me. Let me go, please. Not too many dances with Tony. He glared at her. Mind, Nita, I don't like the way he looked at you this afternoon, nor the way he held your hands. I felt like slamming him. What in the world has gotten into you, Tom? She almost wailed as she wriggled free. You never... Her strained voice broke. Why... She stammered her bewilderment. I actually believe you're jealous of Tony. Jealous of Tony and every other man, he confessed throatily. I'd kill you, Nita, before I'd let Tony or anybody else have you. His hand dropped to the haft of the slender dagger at his waist. I swear it. There was no doubting his sincerity. His eyes blazed at her challengingly through the thin slits in the mask. This thing seems to be blending with my skin. He tugged impatiently at the silk that rippled to his agitated breathing like a thing alive. It seems to work convulsively against my mouth. With a stifled cry, Nita staggered from the room like a stricken thing. For a split second, her husband stood glowering after her, fighting for breath like a spent runner. Then he came to life and darted in her wake. He reached the top of the broad stairway as his wife poised at the bottom like a bird on the point of trying out its wings. The next instant, what appeared to be a skeleton, shrouded from head to foot in the habiliments of the grave and wearing a mask in the form of a grinning skull, detached itself from the swirling phantasmagoria of nymphs, priests, satyrs, ballet dancers, monks, pirates, harlequins, tramps, pierrettes, sailors, imps, and other bizarre creatures, to bow over Nita's hand and whirl her away in a dreamy Strauss waltz. Dancing with him already? Romani growled as he leisurely descended the stairs. They'd better not drive me too far. All the while his fingers were fondling the hilt of his dagger. He broke off abruptly, while his angry gaze searched the hilarious throng for the dainty shepherdess and her gruesome partner. On a flood of delirious revelry, Nita catapulted through the heavy draperies into the dimly lit alcove. Her husband came bustling in after her. The curtains trembled into place, and the sound of the frenzied merrymaking came to them as though from far away. "How dare you!" Nita expostulated furiously with a stamp of her foot. "How dare you, Tom!" He stood glaring at her fixedly, breathing hard, his slim hands clenched until the knuckles showed like chalk. Her eyes were pools of fire, her breasts heaved tumultuously. "You have been hateful tonight, Tom." She dabbed frantically at her eyes with a lacy handkerchief. "You have humiliated me terribly." He remained silent. "You actually tore me out of Tony's arms just now," she went on scathingly. "You actually flung me in here." Romani swallowed hard. "You'll have to apologize to Tony." He dismissed the suggestion with a shrug. "You'll have to," she insisted. "You've been dancing with Tony all night," he rasped savagely. "Every time I looked up, it seemed, he was holding you in his arms with his dirty eyes undressing you." "Tom!" "I asked you not to dance with him so often." "You're being ridiculous." "You've been acting deliberately contrary to my wishes." He didn't hear her. "I pleaded with you, but you persisted. It made my blood boil. I saw red while Tony exulted. Finally, I commanded you to dance no more with him. After all, you are my wife, you know. You laughed in my face." She tossed her head like a spoiled child. "Hear it, Nita." He eagerly took a step toward her. "The last dance. Shall we waltz it together?" "No." She meant to punish him for his show of jealousy. Romani recoiled, as though from a slap in the face. "I shall dance it with Tony," she told him airily. "Let me pass." She started to brush past her husband as the draperies parted and Coletti appeared. "Nita, you—" With a nerve-tearing snarl, Romani flashed his slender-bladed dagger and lunged. "Oh!" Nita started to scream. "Tom, you—" Her strangled shriek ended in a gurgling gasp as the dagger sheathed itself to the hilt in her bosom. Blood gushed and bubbled around the buried blade. An expression of mingled bewilderment, surprise, and incredulity flitted over her ghastly painted face as Romani caught his crumpling wife in his arms. "Nita!" he croaked, his red rage dropping from him like a discarded cloak. "Speak to me, sweet. Nita, Nita, Nita! Good God, what have I done?" "You've killed her, Tom." Coletti could not keep the oily satisfaction from his voice. "You have murdered her." "Nita!" Romani was beside himself with grief. "Speak to me, dear. I wouldn't hurt you. I wouldn't. I'd die first." He covered her face with kisses. "Nita, Nita, Nita!" She hung limp in his embrace. "Speak to me, darling," he beseeched as he tore off his mask and flung it across the shadowy alcove. "I love you. I love you. Speak to me, Nita." "It's no use, Tom," Coletti mocked him. "She's dead." Romani seemed to become aware of the other man's presence. "This means the electric chair for you, Tom," Coletti cruelly reminded his cousin. "You have murdered her." For clock ticks that seemed eternities, Romani stared hard at the speaker. Gently he lowered his dead wife to the thick piled rug. Carefully he pulled the dagger from her breast. Tenderly he closed her eyes, crossed her hands on her bloody bosom, and straightened her limbs. "Thanks to the mask," Coletti pointed, "you have murdered your wife, Tom." He handed the anguished man the time-yellowed card. "Soon you'll be walking through that little green door." "I can't live without you, Nita," Romani declared brokenly as he deciphered the faded legend. "I won't." "The state will attend to that, Tom," Coletti jeered. "You need have no worries on that score." Romani retrieved the discarded mask and, whirling on Coletti, thrust it at him. "Put it on!" he ordered brusquely, and tickled his cousin's ribs with his blood-smeared dagger. "Put it on, or I'll drive the steel into your devil's heart." Coletti paled and gulped and hesitated. "Put it on," Romani reiterated huskily, increasing the pressure of the dagger, while with his free hand he tore the death mask from his cousin's face. "Hurry!" With trembling fingers, Coletti adjusted the red silk mask over his twitching features. "Who wears this mask?" Romani growled, as through the muted strains of the waltz the weary revelers chorused, "Good night, ladies." "It's your turn now, Tony. Is doomed to slay. Murder, Tony. Whom he loves best. That's yourself, Tony. You're going to kill yourself. You've never loved anybody but yourself. Ere break of day, which isn't far off. You'll have to hurry, Tony. You haven't much time." Like a man suffering the tortures of the damned, Coletti's whole body was writhing horribly. His palsied hands clawed at his throat. He appeared to be wrestling with an invisible antagonist. "Whom he loves best," Romani repeated hoarsely. "You're taking your own worthless life, Tony. Hurry!" The crimson mask moving to his labored breathing, Coletti fumbled inside the hideous grave garments he was wearing. His groping hands brought a tiny vial to light. "Is doomed to slay," Romani hissed, stepping back, for the coercion of the dagger was no longer needed. "Whom he loves best." While Romani watched him balefully, Coletti slowly lifted the fluttering mask with his left hand, while with his right he tilted the bottle in his mouth. With a hollow gulp, he drained its contents. His hands dropped like leaden plummets. For a split second he steadied. Then a tremor took him from heels to crown. He swung halfway around, recovered, his knees buckled, and he collapsed on his face. Romani rolled him over, nudged him callously with his foot, stooped, and listened to his heart. "Dead," he mumbled and straightened. "Gone to the hell where he belongs." He sank on his knees beside his dead wife. Tenderly he kissed her cold eyes, her carmined lips, the little hollow at the base of her throat. "Coming, Nita," he spoke as though replying to an urgent summons, and plunged a dagger into his own heart. "Come." He pitched forward over the dead woman. The music and the singing ceased. The grey dawning peered in at the window. End of Murder Mask by Edgar Daniel Kramer.
Mystery River by Elwyn J. Owens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mystery River by Elwyn J. Owens. Pilot Wright Nelson was making his first long trip alone in his biplane. He had crossed the mountain range in western Washington and had left the snow-capped peaks far behind. The narrow neck of northern Idaho had been passed over with the same speed, and he then was over a fertile valley in Montana. How beautiful it did look to him. The vast fields of waving grain from his height appeared like a green sea, with just enough breeze to fan its surface into gentle waves. He slowed his machine and lowered his elevation so that he could get a better view. The closer he came to Earth, the more absorbed his thoughts became in the beauty of the country. Snap! Crack! Something broke. Pilot Nelson lost his head, so to speak. The machine was out of his control and started to plunge downward. 500 feet to go. Can I make it safely? What will Mother say? These were the last sane thoughts that flashed through his mind. Everything turned black before his eyes. To him it seemed that his body was shrinking. He was dropping down through space a dead weight. The earth seemed to open up. His falling body took on momentum. Into the open chasm he fell. Down between its ragged sides he glided, even faster than the plane. Faster, faster, faster he went. Suddenly, he hit bottom, with a thud that almost flattened him. He realized himself alone in a strange world, surrounded by strange beings. More than that, he was in the middle of a milky river, and when he tried to right himself, he found that his body floated easily in an upright position, with his head above the surface. He surveyed the situation. At the source of the river, he observed huge propeller blades similar to the ones on his biplane, only 100 times larger. They were fixed to stationary supports but were slowly rotating, forcing the liquid of the mysterious river from them. Turning his gaze in the opposite direction, he noted that beyond him lay monstrous mountains, such as he had never dreamed of seeing. More still became the mystery. The river was being forced to run uphill by the huge propellers. Upon the bank, some distance from him, were nude persons. They came nearer to him. Such ponderous masses of human flesh he had never seen. Large rolls of fat encircled their bodies, making them appear like human forms built up of odd-sized automobile tires piled one upon the other. Their bodies were gigantic, but such small heads, no larger than his fist, and eyes no larger than those of small birds. A crowd of them gathered on the bank. They conversed with each other by means of radio headsets and used floating aerials. All seemed to be happy. All seemed to be looking in his direction. He tried to call to them. They paid no heed, but when he motioned that he was hungry, they laughed heartily and plucked straws from the ground. Through these straws they gorged themselves with the fluid of the river. Having drunk their fill, they again laughed heartily, wiped their lips, motioned him to drink the same, and moved inland. Pilot Nelson took a swallow from the river. It nauseated him for a few moments. Then he began to feel his flesh bulge out, and his strength began to return. He plunged over on his side and tried to swim to the shore. The contents of the river became thicker and thicker as he progressed. Soon he found it impossible to swim further. He tried to climb to the surface, but when upright, he could only get his head above the milky matter that surrounded him. Soon he saw the inhabitants moving in large processions in the direction of the huge propellers at the source of the river. They threw large tangled masses of wire high above their heads. These too floated in midair, and he discovered that they were aerials, very much similar to the ones used in conversation, only many times larger. They snatched electric current from the atmosphere. The propellers began to turn more rapidly. They began to spin. The contents of the river began to move more rapidly up the inclined bed, and he was carried with it. Besides being forced to flow uphill at a rapid rate, the river contained several whirlpools. Pilot Nelson floated into one of these. It spun him around like a top. He soon became dizzy. His vision was hazy. On and on the river carried him. The atmosphere became warmer and warmer the further up the hillside he floated. At last the heat was torrid. Again his body began to shrink. Smaller and smaller he became until, at length, he seemed no more than 3 feet high. The river was changing color. He was out of the whirlpool. The current had slackened to a slowly moving mass. The color changed from white to cream, then to chocolate, finally becoming dark brown. And as it changed color, it grew warmer and warmer until it was hot. His body was becoming seared. His clothing dropped off. His flesh was fast being dried out. Lighter and lighter he grew, and as he grew lighter, his body floated more and more above the surface. At last, he was fully emerged, nothing but a miniature of his former self. A still stranger land confronted him. Great rocks stood out, the only landmarks in the vast expanse of seemingly barren waste. Far back, he saw pygmies of dark complexion floating about, their feet just skimming the surface. Close to them, from out of the fissures in the rocky bed, floated up gases of many colored hues. He inhaled a deep breath, and, to his surprise, he too floated across the surface. He was being carried by a gentle breeze in the direction of the pygmies. A great light of purple-white, so bright that it nearly blinded him at first, served as their sun. The pygmies seemed very busy. They did not notice him. He observed them carefully. No hair, no ears, no nose, no mouth. Simply a dark ball for a head and a face form that resembled a small, old copper funnel. Through this funnel they drank freely of a boiling hot liquid. Their eyes were large and green. Their arms were nothing but bare bones, and at the end were cupped hands with the fingers webbed together. There were boiling metals and precious stones in the fissures of the rocks. Silently he watched them. One would dip up diamonds in his cupped hands and sail away. Another would dip platinum and float off in another direction. He followed their course in the light of the great purple-white lamp and noted that they deposited their wares here and there in small quantities in what seemed the undersurface of the earth's crust. Suddenly he heard what he thought was the chirping of a bird. The chirp became more shrill. He looked about him and saw millions of these pygmies floating in from all directions. They surrounded him. A leader floated to the center of the assembly and began to scratch characters in the stone with his chisel-like foot. Soon, all was commotion. A stiff breeze came from a fissure in the rocks and blew toward the river. Pilot Nelson was carried in its course. When he reached the river, his body took on weight, and again he dropped helpless into the dark brown liquid. Numerous air currents began to agitate the stream. It began to flow again, and again it flowed uphill. The huge purple-white lamp became brighter than ever. It blinded him. He could feel himself being carried rapidly through space by the current. The air was becoming cooler. He was somewhat refreshed, and his body enlarged to its natural size. Slowly, the dazzling light became fainter. He could see. Giant vegetation was on all sides. No leaves or branches, just huge, rough, gnarled roots. Again, the current of the river stopped. He was in blood-red waters, just a little more thin than the liquid had previously been. Still, he floated with just his head emerged. Mammoth animals were feeding upon the roots. Animals with skin like elephants and legs no more than a foot long, 20 of them on a side. Their jaws resembled massive stone crushers. As they chewed into the vegetation with sickening sound, a red fluid came freely from the roots. This the animals gulped up greedily, allowing only a small quantity to stream from the corners of their mouths. They drank their fill and soon became as large as the gas bags of dirigibles. They fell asleep where they fed. Thunderous shrieks rent the air, and Pilot Nelson heard the flapping of monstrous wings. Vultures with wings 60 feet long came to the spot. As they came closer, he observed that they had sword-like bills from 6 to 8 feet long. To him, they paid no heed, but attacked the sleeping animals, plunging their bills into their prey. Blood ran in rivulets from the struggling beasts. The sight became too much for Pilot Nelson. He tried to move, but found that he was paralyzed with horror. He sighed. To his surprise, his sigh was as loud as the sound of a locomotive whistle. The vultures were attracted by his involuntary expression. Overhead and about him they circled in numbers, flapping their long, ponderous wings violently. Waves began to form on the surface of the river. Soon it began to move slowly. Again it carried him up the hill. Feathers of immense size dropped down on all sides of him. A down from them seemed to fill the air, which his sight could not penetrate. Slowly, the river flowed on. He was his normal size, but he had grown weak. In time, the air cleared of feathers, and he could see. The light was like a summer day when the sun is out of sight. He was slowly floating into a great lake, set amongst numerous mountains, its contents murky green. When he floated upright, his feet occasionally touched something. Soon he could stand on its bed. The current ceased, and he found himself in dead water. Such a dreadful odor. It was terrible, as of dead things. On a far-off shore, he could see green vegetation, the same shade as the water. Slowly, he made his way in that direction. The banks were covered with moss of a pale green color. Such long, hairy moss, all a tangled mass. Through this he dragged on, almost fatigued. Small bushes covered the soil in front of him. He paused to examine them. Small, square leaves, completely covered with worm nests, warts, and other growths. The branches seemed to be covered with silken ashes, which fell at his touch. In his wanderings, he came upon a spring of water, the first natural thing he had seen. But it had a peculiar taste. He investigated its source. Instead of flowing continually, it spurted in jets. He observed more carefully. A huge muscular body, the color of an oyster, lay almost buried in the sand. It expanded and then contracted. When it contracted, it forced the water from an opening in its side. The sight of this caused Pilot Nelson to grow weak, so weak he could not stand. He dropped down to rest. Almost immediately, a large, grass-green spider spun a thread across his chest and attached the end to the vegetation on the other side. Back across his legs, the spider spun another thread. He tried to rise, but found that he was tightly bound. Soon, numerous threads completely bound his struggling form. Strange noises came from all sides. He tried to turn his head so that he could see the objects, but found that the spider's web had bound his head. A slimy, crawling thing passed over his body. It began to chew at his toes. Such pain. He tried to call out, but could make no sound. Then, a strange small bird with 4 wings flew over his face and began to peck at his fingers. Others came and he was being besieged on all sides. One became more greedy than the rest, and in the struggle broke the thread that bound his head. He could now turn his eyes in the direction of his attackers. Suddenly a film seemed to envelope his body, and he was immune from pain. But slowly and surely, the birds were picking away his body, piece by piece. Out of the slimy recess of the grass-green lake came a crawling, wriggling thing. It was half snake and half fish. As he lay with his face toward the lake, he watched it approach him, coming as if by instinct. It carried its head erect by means of small wings attached just below and back of its eyes. Its mouth was small, with short jaws which it kept opening and shutting as it wriggled its way toward him. Closer and closer it came. He could now see plainly that its back was covered with mossy vegetation. Its belly was covered with scales. Its teeth or fangs consisted of two sharp protruding teeth on the lower jaw and a sort of broad flat tooth on the upper jaw. The lower jaw had kept on moving up and down as if anticipating a feast of human flesh. He tried to turn his eyes from the object, but learned that the film that had deadened the pain had finally paralyzed his muscles. He could not move his eyes. They remained set on the object. When close to him, froth came from the corners of its mouth. It plunged its head against his side, sinking the teeth of its lower jaw deep into his flesh. Up came its head and it gouged out a piece of flesh. With one gulp, the snake-like thing swallowed the mouthful. It drove in its fangs for another piece. Again and again, it kept gulping down his flesh. The effect of the film was now dying out. He could feel the painful stabs of the fangs in his side, and for the first time realized that the birds had left him. He was alone with this carnivorous thing. The pain was growing more intense. In his agony, he tried to move. He could turn his head, but nothing more. The fangs again pierced his side, and he could feel them tearing away his bowels. He groaned, and then lay quiet. The groan seemed to relieve his agony. A human voice came quietly from a distance. "How is Wright doing this morning, Doctor?" It was his mother's voice. "I have just dressed the wound in his side. It is healing nicely. The crisis is past. He seems to show some signs of consciousness, and I think that he will be able to go home in the course of a month." Pilot Wright Nelson opened his eyes and found himself in a hospital, his mother at his bedside. A smile showed in the corners of his mouth. "Did the plane land all right, Mother?" he asked in a whisper. "Yes, it is all right. But do you know that you have lain here for 5 days without showing any signs of life while I was worried about you?" She leaned over and kissed his cheek. "Are you going to fly again?" she appealed. "Never. I saw too much," was the quick response. End of Mystery River. Recording by Stephen Anderson, 2025.
An Occurrence in an Antique Shop by August W. Derleth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Occurrence in an Antique Shop by August W. Derleth. Well, no, it's not that. Then what is it? There seems to be something wrong with the thing, but I can't tell you what it is, nor why I feel that there's something different about it. Morrison handed the carving to Clavering, who took it and examined it carefully. It was an antique wood of a pirate in the act of plunging his cutlass into a hapless sailor. The pirate's left arm was extended straight out from his shoulder, much in the attitude of a fencer. His right arm was crooked at the elbow, and in his hand he clutched a long knife which just touched the sailor's bared breast. The expression on the pirate's face was positively fiendish. The face of the kneeling sailor was a picture of abject terror. The two stood on a block of wood cut to resemble the flooring of a ship. There was dust on the carving. Well, what a peculiar obsession, Morrison. There isn't a thing different with this piece since I last saw it. It isn't an obsession, Clavering. Isn't the pirate's weapon nearer to the sailor's breast? Not a fraction of an inch. Clavering, you're not lying, just to ease me? Nonsense. You've been reading again. Reading some of that I have not. But, my dear Morrison, I tell you, I'm just the same as ever. It's just, well, you know. Tell me, didn't you really notice any difference in the attitude of the figures? No, I didn't. I'm still dubious. Oh, I say, Morrison, let's discuss it. As you will, Clavering, but you have no idea how the thing affects me. It's so strangely suggestive. Suggestive? Of what? Of nothing. Won't you have a whiskey and soda before you go? No, I must go, Morrison. Clavering stood up. He yawned, then reached for his hat and stick. The two men walked slowly through the shadowy antique shop to the street door. On the threshold they paused. Morrison sighed, Clavering struck a match and lit his cigarette. I wouldn't let that carving bother me any more if I were you, Morrison. It's not exactly good for you, you know. It's not bothering me. I'm just wondering, that's all. You're trying fairly hard to conceal your nervousness, Morrison, but you can't deceive me. You'd better stop, old fellow. Stop worrying. It's easy for you to say. By God, I know that carving is not the same as when I got it. Morrison shuffled back through the aisles in his shop to his rooms beyond. His bedroom slippers made a curious flapping noise. The next night, Clavering found Morrison waiting for him, the image grasped tightly in his hand. No doubt about it, Clavering. The pirate's cutlass is plainly sticking in the sailor's breast. You're seeing things, Morrison. Well, look at it. See for yourself. There's absolutely nothing the matter with it. Then what's the matter with me? You're overworked. Under a nervous strain, that's all. Absolute nonsense. Oh, well. That weapon is going to keep on entering the sailor's body. When it's passed through, something will happen. To the wooden figure? Perhaps. Who knows? Morrison turned the image over in his hand, then placed it on the table within easy reach. Did you ever notice that their faces had changed? Oh, come, Morrison. You're overdoing it. That's your view, Clavering. I've got mine. By the way, Morrison, where did you get the thing, if I may ask? I don't know. You don't know? No. It was here in the shop one day. I swear I'd never seen it before. Odd. Yes, it is odd. Too odd to please me. Why don't you burn the thing? I can't bring myself to do it. In some cursed way, it reminds me of something. Clavering shot a quick glance at the clock. Is that 9 o'clock, Morrison? Yes. Why? I've got to go. I've got an engagement at 9:30. Oh. If I were you, I'd put that carving in storage. Mr. Soames Clavering made a belated appearance at his club 3 nights later. He had no sooner made his entrance than a young antiquary, James Henrik, rose and made his way over to him. I say, Clavering, I hear Morrison's dead. Yes, he's dead. What happened to him? Why, just a week ago I bought a rare Japanese print from him. He had a rather peculiar end. You saw him die? No, no one saw him die. He lay dead in his shop when I came there last night. In his hand he held this. Clavering pulled the wooden image from his pocket and extended it to his friend. Examine the thing, will you, Henrik? See anything queer about it? Well, it's an odd subject to carve, I should say, but beyond that, there's nothing wrong. Had I the say, I should have had the cutlass in the body of the sailor. It would maintain a better proportion in the carving. True. Its being just touching the sailor makes it rather awkward. You say old Morrison was holding this? Yes. Odd, eh? But wait until you hear all the story. He found the image in his shop one day, hadn't the least idea where it came from, so he says, and was confident that he had never seen it before. At once, he told me that he had an uncanny feeling of fright when he looked at the thing. The next night, he insisted that the point of the cutlass had entered the body of the sailor and that the expressions of the faces had changed. He hinted that the thing suggested something. I gathered that it brought to mind something in his past life that was very similar. And he dreaded the movement of the weapon into the sailor's body, going so far as to state that something would happen when the cutlass passed through the body. By the way, Clavering, have you ever noticed the peculiar resemblance the face of the sailor has to Morrison? I have, Henrik. I've wondered about it. I'm told that Morrison was once a seaman, perhaps even a pirate of some sort. Who knows? No one. Nobody seems to know much of Morrison. Go on with the story. Well, Morrison insisted that, night after night, the cutlass was being surely plunged into the sailor's body, and I was fully as insistent in my ridicule of his strange obsession. Last night when I came to see him, I found him dead, with the image in his hand, as I told you. As far as I know, the cause of death is unknown. with heart trouble of an obscure sort, plausible. But there was a queer burn mark on Morrison's breast. I'll be damned if it didn't call to mind some queer stories I've heard about witchcraft. Imagine that in this enlightened age. I took the image from him. It was just the way it is now, but in a moment I'll show you something. Perhaps Morrison was the victim of some subconscious obsession. Perhaps at some time in his life he killed a sailor under similar conditions and his conscience conjured his past up before him? It's just as plausible. As I said, no one seems to know much about Morrison. At any rate, this morning I got to examining the figure. In the first place, it isn't antique. It resembles a great deal of the work done by a group of old sailors down along the Thames in Limehouse district. In second place, bend closer, Henrik. 4/5 of this cutlass is entirely free of dust, from the point toward the hilt, and if you look closely at the point where the cutlass would naturally have entered the sailor's breast, you will see a faint oval line of compressed dust. End of An Occurrence in an Antique Shop by August W. Derleth.
Playing with Fire by Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Gurzynski. Playing with Fire by Arthur Conan Doyle. I cannot pretend to say what occurred on the 14th of April last at number 17 Batterley Gardens. But down in black and white, my surmise might seem too crude, too grotesque for serious consideration. And yet that something did occur, and that it was of a nature which will leave its mark upon every one of us for the rest of our lives is as certain as the unanimous testimony of 5 witnesses can make it. I will not enter into any argument or speculation. I will only give a plain statement, which will be submitted to John Moyer, Harvey Deacon, and Mrs. Delamere, and withheld from publication unless they are prepared to corroborate every detail. I cannot obtain the sanction of Paul Le Duc, for he appears to have left the country. It was John Moyer, the well-known senior partner of Moyer, and Sanderson, who had originally turned our attention to occult subjects. He had, like many very hard and practical men of business, a mystic side to his nature, which had led him to the examination and eventually to the acceptance of those elusive phenomena which are grouped together with much that is foolish and much that is fraudulent under the common heading of spiritualism. His researches, which had begun with an open mind, ended unhappily in dogma, and he became as positive and fanatical as any other bigot. He represented in our little group the body of men who have turned these singular phenomena into a new religion. Mrs. Delamere, our medium, was his sister, the wife of Delamere, the rising sculptor. Our experience had shown us that to work on these subjects without a medium was as futile as for an astronomer to make observations without a telescope. On the other hand, the introduction of a paid medium was hateful to all of us. Was it not obvious that he or she would feel bound to return some result for money received, and that the temptation to fraud would be an overpowering one? No phenomena could be relied upon which were produced at a guinea an hour. But fortunately, Moyer had discovered that his sister was mediumistic. In other words, that she was a battery of that animal magnetic force, which is the only form of energy which is subtle enough to be acted upon from the spiritual plane as well as from our own material one. Of course, when I say this, I do not mean to beg the question, but I am simply indicating the theories upon which we were ourselves, rightly or wrongly, explaining what we saw. The lady came, not altogether with the approval of her husband, and though she never gave indications of any very great psychic force, we were able, at least, to obtain those usual phenomena of message tilting which are at the same time so puerile and so inexplicable. Every Sunday evening we met in Harvey Deacon's studio at Batterley Gardens, the next house to the corner of Merton Park Road. Harvey Deacon's imaginative work in art would prepare anyone to find that he was an ardent lover of everything which was outre and sensational. A certain picturesqueness in the study of the occult had been the quality which had originally attracted him to it, but his attention was speedily arrested by some of those phenomena to which I have referred, and he was coming rapidly to the conclusion that what he had looked upon as an amusing romance and an after-dinner entertainment was really a very formidable reality. He is a man with a remarkably clear and logical brain, a true descendant of his ancestor, the well-known Scotch professor, and he represented in our small circle the critical element. The man who has no prejudices is prepared to follow facts as far as he can see them, and refuses to theorize in advance of his data. His caution annoyed Moyer, as much of the latter's robust faith amused Deacon, but each in his own way was equally keen upon the matter. And I? What am I to say that I represented? I was not the devotee. I was not the scientific critic. Perhaps the best that I can claim for myself is that I was the dilettante man about town, anxious to be in the swim of every fresh movement, thankful for any new sensation which would take me out of myself and open up fresh possibilities of existence. I am not an enthusiast myself, but I like the company of those who are. Moyer's talk, which made me feel as if we had a private pass-key through the door of death, filled me with a vague contentment. The soothing atmosphere of the seance with the darkened lights was delightful to me. In a word, the thing amused me, and so I was there. It was, as I have said, upon the 14th of April last that the very singular event which I am about to put upon record took place. I was the first of the men to arrive at the studio, but Mrs. Delamere was already there, having had afternoon tea with Mrs. Harvey Deacon. The two ladies and Deacon himself were standing in front of an unfinished picture of his upon the easel. I am not an expert in art, and I have never professed to understand what Harvey Deacon meant by his pictures, but I could see in this instance that it was all very clever and imaginative, fairies and animals and allegorical figures of all sorts. The ladies were loud in their praises, and indeed the color effect was a remarkable one. "What do you think of it, Markham?" he asked. "Well, it's above me," said I. "These beasts, what are they?" "Mythical monsters, imaginary creatures, heraldic emblems, a sort of weird, bizarre procession of them." "With a white horse in front?" "It's not a horse," said he rather testily, which was surprising, for he was a very good-humored fellow as a rule, and hardly ever took himself seriously. "What is it, then?" "Can't you see the horn in front? It's a unicorn. I told you they were heraldic beasts. Can't you recognize one?" "Very sorry, Deacon," said I, for he really seemed to be annoyed. He laughed at his own irritation. "Excuse me, Markham," said he. "The fact is that I have had an awful job over the beast. All day I have been painting him in and painting him out, and trying to imagine what a real live, ramping unicorn would look like. At last I got him, as I hoped, so when you failed to recognize it, it took me on the raw." "Why, of course it's a unicorn," said I, for he was evidently depressed at my obtuseness. "I can see the horn quite plainly, but I never saw a unicorn except beside the royal arms, and so I never thought of the creature. And these others are griffins and cockatrices and dragons of sorts." "Yes, I had no difficulty with them. It was the unicorn which bothered me. However, there's an end of it until tomorrow." He turned the picture round upon the easel, and we all chatted about other subjects. Moyer was late that evening, and when he did arrive, he brought with him, rather to our surprise, a small, stout Frenchman, whom he introduced as Monsieur Paul Leduc. I say to our surprise, for we held a theory that any intrusion into our spiritual circle deranged the conditions and introduced an element of suspicion. We knew that we could trust each other, but all our results were vitiated by the presence of an outsider. However, Moyer soon reconciled us to the innovation. Monsieur Paul Leduc was a famous student of occultism, a seer, a medium, and a mystic. He was traveling in England with a letter of introduction to Moyer from the president of the Parisian Brothers of the Rosy Cross. What more natural than that he should bring him to our little séance, or that we should feel honored by his presence? He was, as I have said, a small, stout man, undistinguished in appearance, with a broad, smooth, clean-shaven face, remarkable only for a pair of large, brown, velvety eyes, staring vaguely out in front of him. He was well dressed, with the manners of a gentleman, and his curious little turns of English speech set the ladies smiling. Mrs. Deacon had a prejudice against our researches and left the room, upon which we lowered the lights, as was our custom, and drew up our chairs to the square mahogany table which stood in the center of the studio. The light was subdued but sufficient to allow us to see each other quite plainly. I remember that I could even observe the curious, podgy little square-topped hands which the Frenchman laid upon the table. "What a fun!" said he. "It is many years since I have sat in this fashion, and it is to me amusing. Madame is medium. Does Madame make the trance?" "Well, hardly that," said Mrs. Delamere, "but I am always conscious of extreme sleepiness." "It is the first stage. Then you encourage it, and there comes the trance. When the trance comes, then out jumps your little spirit, and in jumps another little spirit, and so you have direct talking or writing. You leave your machine to be worked by another, hein? But what have unicorns to do with it?" Harvey Deacon started in his chair. The Frenchman was moving his head slowly round and staring into the shadows which draped the walls. "What fun!" said he. "Always unicorns. Who has been thinking so hard about a subject so bizarre?" "This is wonderful!" cried Deacon. "I have been trying to paint one all day, but how could you know it?" "You have been thinking of them in this room." "Certainly. But thoughts are things, my friend. When you imagine a thing, you make a thing. You did not know it, hein? But I can see your unicorns, because it is not only with my eye that I can see. Do you mean to say that I create a thing which has never existed by merely thinking of it?" "But certainly. It is the fact which lies under all other facts. That is why an evil thought is also a danger." "They are, I suppose, upon the astral plane?" said Moyer. "Ah, well, these are but words, my friend. They are there, somewhere, everywhere. I cannot tell myself I see them. I could touch them." "You could not make us see them?" "It is to materialize them. Hold, it is an experiment. But the power is wanting. Let us see what power we have, and then arrange what we shall do. May I place you as I wish?" "You evidently know a great deal more about it than we do," said Harvey Deacon. "I wish that you would take complete control." "It may be that the conditions are not good, but we will try what we can do. Madame will sit where she is, I next, and this gentleman beside me. Mr. Moyer will sit next to Madame, because it is well to have blacks and blondes in turn. So. And now, with your permission, I will turn the lights all out." "What is the advantage of the dark?" I asked. "Because the force with which we deal is a vibration of ether, and so also is light. We have the wires all for ourselves now, hein? You will not be frightened in the darkness, madame? What a fun is such a séance!" At first the darkness appeared to be absolutely pitchy, but in a few minutes our eyes became so far accustomed to it that we could just make out each other's presence, very dimly and vaguely, it is true. I could see nothing else in the room, only the black loom of the motionless figures. We were all taking the matter much more seriously than we had ever done before. "You will place your hands in front. It is hopeless that we touch, since we are so few round so large a table. You will compose yourself, madame, and if sleep should come to you, you will not fight against it. And now we sit in silence and we expect, hein?" So we sat in silence and expected, staring out into the blackness in front of us. A clock ticked in the passage. A dog barked intermittently far away. Once or twice a cab rattled past in the street, and the gleam of its lamps through the chink in the curtains was a cheerful break in that gloomy vigil. I felt those physical symptoms with which previous seances had made me familiar. The coldness of the feet, the tingling in the hands, the glow of the palms, the feeling of the cold wind upon the back. Strange little shooting pains came in my forearms, especially as it seemed to me in my left one, which was nearest to our visitor, due no doubt to disturbance of the vascular system, but worthy of some attention all the same. At the same time, I was conscious of a strained feeling of expectancy, which was almost painful from the rigid, absolute silence of my companions. I gathered that their nerves were as tense as my own. And then suddenly a sound came out of the darkness, a low, sibilant sound, the quick, thin breathing of a woman. Quicker and thinner yet it came, as between clenched teeth, to end in a loud gasp with a dull rustle of cloth. "What's that? Is all right?" someone asked in the darkness. "Yes, all is right," said the Frenchman. "It is Madame. She is in her trance. Now, gentlemen, if you will wait quiet, you will see something, I think, which will interest you much." Still the ticking in the hall, still the breathing, deeper and fuller now, from the medium, still the occasional flash, more welcome than ever, of the passing lights of the hansoms. What a gap we were bridging! The half-raised veil of the eternal on the one side and the cabs of London on the other. The table was throbbing with a mighty pulse. It swayed steadily, rhythmically, with an easy scooping motion under our fingers. Sharp little raps and cracks came from its substance. File firing, volley firing, the sounds of a faggot burning briskly on a frosty night. "There is much power," said the Frenchman. "See it on the table?" I had thought it was some delusion of my own, but all could see it now. There was a greenish-yellow phosphorescent light, or I should say, a luminous vapor rather than a light, which lay over the surface of the table. It rolled and wreathed and undulated in dim glimmering folds, turning and swirling like clouds of smoke. I could see the white, square-ended hands of the French medium in this baleful light. "What a fun!" he cried. "It is splendid!" "Shall we call the alphabet?" asked Moyer. "But no, for we can do much better," said our visitor. "It is but a clumsy thing to tilt the table for every letter of the alphabet, and with such a medium as Madame, we should do better than that." "Yes, you will do better," said a voice. "Who was that? Who spoke? Was that you, Markham?" "No, I did not speak." "It was Madame who spoke, but it was not her voice." "Is that you, Mrs. Delamere?" "It is not the medium, but it is the power which uses the organs of the medium," said the strange, deep voice. "Where is Mrs. Delamere? It will not hurt her, I trust." "The medium is happy in another plane of existence. She has taken my place, as I have taken hers." "Who are you?" "It cannot matter to you who I am. I am one who has lived as you are living, and who has died as you will die." We heard the creak and grate of a cab pulling up next door. There was an argument about the fare, and the cabman grumbled hoarsely down the street. The green-yellow cloud still swirled faintly over the table, dull elsewhere, but glowing into a dim luminosity in the direction of the medium. It seemed to be piling itself up in front of her. A sense of fear and cold struck into my heart. It seemed to me that lightly and flippantly we had approached the most real and august of sacraments, that communion with the dead of which the fathers of the Church had spoken. "Don't you think we are going too far? Should we not break up this seance?" I cried. But the others were all earnest to see the end of it. They laughed at my scruples. "All the powers are made for use," said Harvey Deacon. "If we can do this, we should do this. Every new departure of knowledge has been called unlawful in its inception, and it is right and proper that we should inquire into the nature of death." "It is right and proper," said the voice. "There, what more could you ask?" cried Moyer, who was much excited. "Let us have a test. Will you give us a test that you were really there?" "What test do you demand?" Well now, I have some coins in my pocket. Will you tell me how many? We come back in the hope of teaching and of elevating, and not to guess childish riddles. Ha ha, Mr. Moyer, you catch it that time, cried the Frenchman. But surely this is very good sense what the control is saying. It is a religion, not a game, said the cold, hard voice. Exactly the very view I take of it, cried Moyer. I am sure I am very sorry I have asked a foolish question. You will not tell me who you are? What does it matter? Have you been a spirit long? Yes. How long? We cannot reckon time as you do. Our conditions are different. Are you happy? Yes. You would not wish to come back to life? No, certainly not. Are you busy? We could not be happy if we were not busy. What do you do? I have said that the conditions are entirely different. Can you give us no idea of your work? We labor for our own improvement and for the advancement of others. Do you like coming here tonight? I am glad to come, if I can do any good by coming. Then to do good is your object? It is the object of all life on every plane. You see, Markham, that should answer your scruples. It did, for my doubts had passed and only interest remained. Have you pain in your life? I asked. No, pain is a thing of the body. Have you mental pain? Yes, one may always be sad or anxious. Do you meet the friends whom you have known on earth? Some of them. Why only some of them? Only those who are sympathetic. Do husbands meet wives? Those who have truly loved. And the others? They are nothing to each other. There must be a spiritual connection? Of course. Is what we are doing right? If done in the right spirit. What is the wrong spirit? Curiosity and levity. May harm come of that? Very serious harm. What sort of harm? You may call up forces over which you have no control. Evil forces? Undeveloped forces. You say they are dangerous to body or mind. Sometimes to both. There was a pause, and the blackness seemed to grow blacker still, while the yellow-green fog swirled and smoked upon the table. Any questions you would like to ask, Moyer? Said Harvey Deacon. Only this. Do you pray in your world? One should pray in every world. Why? Because it is the acknowledgment of forces outside ourselves. What religion do you hold over there? We differ exactly as you do. You have no certain knowledge? We have only faith. These questions of religion, said the Frenchman, they are of interest to you serious English people, but they are not so much fun. It seems to me that with this power here, we might be able to have some great experience, Hein, something of which we could talk. But nothing could be more interesting than this, said Moyer. Well, if you think so, that is very well, the Frenchman answered peevishly. For my part, it seems to me that I have heard all this before, and that tonight I should wish to try some experiment with all this force which is given to us. But if you have other questions, then ask them, and when you are finished, we can try something more. But the spell was broken. We had asked and asked, but the medium sat silent in her chair. Only her deep, regular breathing showed that she was there. The mist still whirled upon the table. You have disturbed the harmony. She will not answer. But we have learned already all that she can tell, Hein. For my part, I wish to see something I have never seen before. What then? You will let me try? What would you do? I have said to you that thoughts are things. Now I wish to prove it to you, and to show you that which is only a thought. Yes, I can do it, and you will see. Now I ask you only to sit still and say nothing, and keep ever your hands quiet upon the table. The room was blacker and more silent than ever. The same feeling of apprehension which had lain heavily upon me at the beginning of the seance was back at my heart once more. The roots of my hair were tingling. "It is working! It is working!" cried the Frenchman, and there was a crack in his voice as he spoke which told me that he also was strung to his tightest. The luminous fog drifted slowly off the table and wavered and flickered across the room. There, in the farther and darkest corner, it gathered and glowed, hardening down into a shining core, a strange, shifty, luminous, and yet non-illuminating patch of radiance, bright itself, but throwing no rays into the darkness. It had changed from a greenish yellow to a dusky, sullen red. Then round this center there coiled a dark, smoky substance, thickening, hardening, growing denser and blacker. And then the lights went out, smothered in that which had grown round it. "It has gone. Hush, there's something in the room." We heard it in the corner where the light had been, something which breathed deeply and fidgeted in the darkness. "What is it, Leduc? What have you done?" "It is all right, no harm will come." The Frenchman's voice was treble with agitation. "Good heavens, Moyer, there's a large animal in the room. Here it is, close by my chair. Go away, go away." It was Harvey Deacon's voice, and then came the sound of a blow upon some hard object. And then, how can I tell you what happened then? Some huge thing hurtled against us in the darkness, rearing, stamping, smashing, springing, snorting. The table was splintered. We were scattered in every direction. It clattered and scrambled amongst us, rushing with horrible energy from one corner of the room to another. We were all screaming with fear, groveling upon our hands and knees to get away from it. Something trod upon my left hand, and I felt the bones splinter under the weight. "A light! A light!" someone yelled. "Moyer, you have matches? Matches?" "No, I have none, Deacon. Where are the matches? For God's sake, the matches!" "I can't find them. Here, you Frenchman, stop it!" "It is beyond me. Oh, mon Dieu! I cannot stop it. The door, where is the door?" My hand, by good luck, lit upon the handle as I groped about it in the darkness. The hard-breathing, snorting, rushing creature tore past me and butted with a fearful crash against the oaken partition. The instant that it had passed, I turned the handle, and next moment we were all outside and the door shut behind us. From within came a horrible crashing and rending and stamping. "What is it, in heaven's name? What is it?" "A horse. I saw it when the door opened. But Mrs. Delamere—" "We must fetch her out. Come on, Markham. The longer we wait, the less we shall like it." He flung open the door, and we rushed in. She was there on the ground amidst the splinters of her chair. We seized her and dragged her swiftly out, and as we gained the door, I looked over my shoulder into the darkness. There were two strange eyes glowing at us, a rattle of hoofs, and I had just time to slam the door when there came a crash upon it which split it from top to bottom. "It's coming through! It's coming! Run, run for your lives!" cried the Frenchman. Another crash, and something shot through the riven door. It was a long white spike, gleaming in the lamplight. For a moment it shone before us, and then with a snap it disappeared again. "Quick, quick, this way!" Harvey Deacon shouted. "Carry her in, here, quick!" We had taken refuge in the dining room and shut the heavy oak door. We laid the senseless woman upon the sofa, and as we did so, Moyer, the hard man of business, drooped and fainted across the hearth rug. Harvey Deacon was as white as a corpse, jerking and twitching like an epileptic. With a crash, we heard the studio door fly to pieces, and the snorting and stamping were in the passage, up and down, shaking the house with their fury. The Frenchman had sunk his face on his hands and sobbed like a frightened child. "What shall we do?" I shook him roughly by the shoulder. "Is a gun any use?" "No, no, the power will pass, then it will end." "You might have killed us all, you unspeakable fool, with your infernal experiments." "I did not know. How could I tell that it would be frightened? It is mad with terror. It was his fault. He struck it. Harvey Deacon sprang up. Good heavens, he cried. A terrible scream sounded through the house. It's my wife. Here, I'm going out. If it's the evil one himself, I am going out. He had thrown open the door and rushed out into the passage. At the end of it, at the foot of the stairs, Mrs. Deacon was lying senseless, struck down by the sight which she had seen. But there was nothing else. With eyes of horror, we looked about us, but all was perfectly quiet and still. I approached the black square of the studio door, expecting with every slow step that some atrocious shape would hurl itself out of it. But nothing came, and all was silent inside the room. Peeping and peering, our hearts and our mouths, we came to the very threshold and stared into the darkness. There was still no sound, but in one direction there was also no darkness. A luminous, glowing cloud, with an incandescent center, hovered in the corner of the room. Slowly it dimmed and faded, growing thinner and fainter, until at last the same dense, velvety blackness filled the whole studio. And with the last flickering gleam of that baleful light, the Frenchman broke into a shout of joy. "What a fun!" he cried. "No one is hurt, and only the door broken, and the ladies frightened. But, my friends, we have done what has never been done before." "And as far as I can help," said Harvey Deacon, "it will certainly never be done again." And that was what befell on the 14th of April last at number 17 Batterley Gardens. I began by saying that it would seem too grotesque to dogmatize as to what it was which actually did occur, but I give my impressions, our impressions, since they are corroborated by Harvey Deacon and John Moyer, for what they are worth. You may, if it pleases you, imagine that we were the victims of an elaborate and extraordinary hoax, or you may think with us that we underwent a very real and a very terrible experience. Or perhaps you may know more than we do of such occult matters, and can inform us of some similar occurrence. In this latter case, a letter to William Markham, 146M, the Albany, would help to throw light upon that which is very dark to us. End of Playing with Fire by Arthur Conan Doyle.
"25 Ghost Stories by W. Bob Holland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Max Soundwell. The Spectre Bride. The winter nights up at Sault Ste. Marie are as white and luminous as the Milky Way. The silence that rests upon the solitude appears to be white also. Nature has included sound in her arrestment. Save the still white frost, all things are obliterated. The stars are there, but they seem to belong to heaven and not to earth. They are at an immeasurable height, and so black is the night that the opaque ether rolls between them and the observer in great liquid billows. In such a place, it is difficult to believe that the world is peopled to any great extent. One fancies that Cain has just killed Abel, and that there is need for the greatest economy in the matter of human life. The night Ralph Hagedorn started out for Echo Bay, he felt as if he were the only man in the world, so complete was the solitude through which he was passing. He was going over to attend the wedding of his best friend, and was, in fact, to act as the groomsman. Business had delayed him, and he was compelled to make the journey at night. But he hadn't gone far before he began to feel the exhilaration of the skater. His skates were keen, his legs fit for a longer journey than the one he had undertaken, and the tang of the frost was to him what a spur is to a spirited horse. He cut through the air as a sharp stone cleaves the water. He could feel the tumult of the air as he cleft it. As he went on, he began to have fancies. It seemed to him that he was enormously tall, a great Viking of the Northland, hastening over icy fjords to his love. That reminded him that he had a love, though indeed that thought was always present with him as a background for other thoughts. To be sure, he had not told her she was his love, because he had only seen her a few times and the opportunity had not presented itself. She lived at Echo Bay too, and was to be the maid of honor to his friend's bride, which was another reason why he skated on almost as swiftly as the wind, and why now and then he let out a shout of exhilaration. The one drawback in the matter was that Marie Beaujeu's father had money, and that Marie lived in a fine house and wore otter skin about her throat and little satin-lined mink boots on her feet when she went sledding, and that the jacket in which she kept a bit of her dead mother's hair had a black pearl in it as big as a pea. These things made it difficult, nay, impossible for Ralph Hagedorn to say anything more than, "I love you." But that much he meant to have the satisfaction of saying, no matter what came of it. With this determination growing upon him, he swept along the ice which gleamed under the starlight. Indeed, Venus made a glowing path toward the west and seemed to reassure him. He was sorry he could not skim down that avenue of light from the Love Star, but he was forced to turn his back upon it and face toward the northeast. It came to him with a shock that he was not alone. His eyelashes were a good deal frosted and his eyeballs blurred with the cold, and at first he thought it an illusion. But he rubbed his eyes hard, and at length made sure that not very far in front of him was a long white skater in fluttering garments, who sped over the snows fast as ever werewolf went. He called aloud, but there was no answer, and then he gave chase, setting his teeth hard and putting a tension on his firm young muscles. But however fast he might go, the white skater went faster. After a time he became convinced, as he chanced to glance for a second at the North Star, that the white skater was leading him out of his direct path. For a moment he hesitated, wondering if he should not keep to his road, but the strange companion seemed to draw him on irresistibly, and so he followed. Of course, it came to him more than once that this might be no earthly guide. Up in those latitudes men see strange things when the hoar frost is on the earth. Hagedorn's father, who lived up there with the Lake Superior Indians and worked in the copper mines, had once welcomed a woman at his hut on a bitter night, who was gone by morning, and who left wolf tracks in the snow. Yes, it was so, and John Fontenelle, the half-breed, could tell you about it any day, if he were alive. Alack, the snow where the wolf tracks were is melted now. Well, Hagedorn followed the white skater all the night, and when the ice flushed red at dawn and arrows of lovely light shot up into the cold heavens, she was gone, and Hagedorn was at his destination. Then, as he took off his skates while the sun climbed arrogantly up to his place above all other things, Hagedorn chanced to glance lakeward, and he saw there was a great wind drift in the ice, and that the waves showed blue as sapphires beside the gleaming ice. Had he swept along his intended path, watching the stars to guide him, his glance turned upward, all his body at magnificent momentum, he must certainly have gone into that cold grave. The white skater had been his guardian angel. Much impressed, he went up to his friend's house, expecting to find there the pleasant wedding furor. But someone met him quietly at the door, and his friend came downstairs to greet him with a solemn demeanour. "Is this your wedding face?" cried Hagedorn. "Why, really, if this is the way you are affected, the sooner I take warning the better." "There's no wedding today," said his friend. "No wedding? Why, you're not—" "Marie Beaujeu died last night." Marie died last night. She had been skating in the afternoon, and she came home chilled and wondering in her mind, as if the frost had gotten into it somehow. She got worse and talked all the time of you. Of me? We wondered what it all meant. We didn't know you were lovers. I didn't know it myself. More's the pity. She said you were on the ice. She said you didn't know about the big breaking up, and she cried to us that the wind was offshore. Then she cried that you would come in by the old French creek, if you only knew. I came in that way," interrupted Hagedorn. "How did you come to do that? It's out of your way." So Hagedorn told him how it came to pass. And that day they watched beside the maiden, who had tapers at her head and feet, and over in the little church the bride, who might have been at her wedding, said prayers for her friend. Then they buried her in the bridesmaid's white, and Hagedorn was there before the altar with her, as he intended from the first. At midnight, the day of the burial, her friends were married in the gloom of the cold church, and they walked together through the snow to lay their bridal wreaths on her grave. 3 nights later, Hagedorn started back to his home. They wanted him to go by sunlight, but he had his way and went when Venus made her bright path on the ice. He hoped for the companionship of the white skater, but he did not have it. His only companion was the wind. The only voice he heard was the baying of a wolf on the north shore. The world was as white as if it had just been created, and the sun had not yet coloured, nor man defiled it. The end of The Spectre Bride.
The Spectre of the Severn Tunnel, an exciting railway incident, by E. Thurlow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Spectre of the Severn Tunnel, an exciting railway incident, by E. Thurlow. The train was fast approaching the Severn Tunnel. I settled myself more comfortably in the corner of the first-class smoking carriage and glanced at the lamp, glad to find it was burning brightly. A journey is always a wearisome undertaking to me. I am a businessman, and grudge the time one spends getting from place to place. On this occasion, however, I was contented. I had left Newport in Monmouthshire, where I had just spent my yearly holiday, and was returning to my bachelor's quarters in town. My celibate's life may have made me unsociable, but I confess to rejoicing at the thought that I had procured the apartment to myself for the 150 miles of my journey. I had plenty of papers to help me pass the time, and I was smoking an excellent cigar. What more could any man ask? Gradually a feeling of drowsiness began to steal over me. The even pulsations of the engine soothed me, and in a few moments my hold on the papers loosened and I slept profoundly. I was awakened by the prolonged shriek of the engine as we raced down the incline to the entrance of the Severn Tunnel. I jumped up to close the window, and as I reseated myself, looked casually at the other end of the carriage. What I saw there made me start and rub my eyes. Sitting by the window, his shoulder turned towards me, was the dim figure of a man. How on earth had he got there? Certainly I had the carriage to myself on leaving Newport. The train had not stopped since. Could he have lain concealed under the seat? Reflection contradicted this idea. On entering the compartment, I had clumsily dropped my umbrella and had gone down on my knees to pick it up. I could take my oath that there was nobody beneath either seat at the time. My mind flew to lunatics and escaped convicts. He might have come from some other carriage and, crawling along the footboard, have opened the door of my compartment and entered while I slept. Recollection flashed across me that the guard had locked the door before leaving the station. The whole thing was mysterious. All these thoughts had whizzed through my head with the rapidity of lightning. All the time I kept my eyes earnestly fixed on the figure of my companion. It was not easy to distinguish much about him. The lamp with which I had been so satisfied a short time before was now burning unaccountably badly, and the whole carriage seemed full of fog. As I strained my eyes, the quiet figure began to edge towards me. I say edge, but the word does not in the least describe the almost imperceptible movement. It was very slow, very gliding, and he scarcely seemed to diminish the distance between us. My eyes must have grown accustomed to the curious light, for I was able to note the peculiarities of my unwelcome fellow-passenger. He was a small, thin man, dressed in a long cloak, evidently a waterproof. He wore no hat, and his hair was nondescript in color. Harmless as he looked, I began to experience an indescribable feeling of alarm. I am not an imaginative man. Indeed, I had always prided myself on my eminently practical way of looking at things. My foolish terror seemed an insult to myself. The man, whoever he was, lunatic or convict, was so much smaller than I that, supposing improbable as it was, he did attack me, I had nothing whatever to fear. My superior size would tell in my favor. And all this while, reason as I would, I could not arrest the shuddering horror that overcame me as I watched him. I longed to speak, to ask him why and how he came there, but my tongue refused to utter and break the oppressive silence. With a sinuous movement he still approached me, keeping his head steadily turned away. From under the flapping sleeves of the waterproof his arms projected, and the sight of his hands, long and white, with square tips to the fingers and nails bitten below the quick, arrested my attention. They were the most repulsive imaginable. They were never still. I have noticed plenty of people afflicted with St. Vitus's dance, but that is the helpless twitch of disease and totally different. These long fingers seemed to be crawling, creeping smoothly and with a fixed purpose. My imagination certainly played me some odd tricks, but it seemed to me as if those horrible hands were animated with a separate intelligence of their own. They were like ravenous animals, restlessly awaiting their prey. And all the time the man edged nearer. My self-control was leaving me, and I sat paralyzed with fear. He had now reached the middle seat, and in a moment he would be touching me. With a desperate effort I seized the elbow rest which divided the seats one from the other, and pulled it down. That would stop him. But no, he moved slowly on, and as his cloak brushed my barrier without so much as his touching it with those dreadful hands, it flew back to its place in the cushions. At that, the little courage I had remaining left me. I was unable to make any attempt to touch the communication cord, but sat huddled up in the corner trying to squeeze myself farther away. Nearer and nearer came the figure. Nearer, and all the air around grew cold and damp. Then as he touched me, the head turned slowly, and I saw the face. A small white face, with pale eyes, and an expression in them which I dare not think of, lest I go mad. Then, swiftly the long hand shot out, and caught my throat, and beneath the clammy touch of those crawling fingers my flesh crept with revulsion, for it was not the touch of a living man. The grasp of the hand tightened, the face came closer, scrutinizing mine. The chill moisture enveloped me. I was suffocating. Something awoke within me. By heaven, that evil thing should not work its will unresisted. I struggled to thrust it from me. My strength was no more than a child's, and the hand at my throat remained as before, only the head was thrown back, and the horrid features were convulsed with ghastly silent laughter. As I realized the new horror of that soundless mirth, a shriek burst from my lips, and at the same moment the lamp flickered and went out. Then my senses left me. Where was I? I asked myself as I opened my eyes and looked at the ceiling of the railway carriage and the extinguished lamp. The sun was shining brightly through the windows, giving quite a cheerful look to the dusty compartment. Sudden recollection flashed across me, and with a shuddering cry I sprang to my feet. There were no signs of my terrible traveling companion. Outside it was no longer country. We were flying through the suburbs of London. My faint had lasted long. Could it have been a dream, some dreadful hallucination of the brain? As I stood wondering, my eyes fell on the cushion on which I had sat. In my fall to the floor, it had been dislodged. What were those dark marks on the seat below? I turned to the cushion and saw the same marks repeated. Stains, of course, but caused by what? As we approached Paddington, I rose and endeavored to smooth my dress and arrange my tie by aid of the glass under the parcel rack. My collar was torn. On my neck were 5 blue marks, finger marks, I think. Presently we steamed into the station, and I was forced to collect my wits sufficiently to take a hansom and drive to my rooms. For several days I was the victim of nervous prostration. Then I wrote to my friend, the managing director of the railway, telling him the story, and begging him to come and see me. He complied at once, and made me repeat my adventure. As I finished, I paused for the expressions of incredulity. None came. "Are you sure you have the number of the carriage correct?" he asked. I assured him that it was so. "Your story," he said gravely, "is most extraordinary, but I must tell you there is a curious coincidence connected with it. Do you remember a murder that occurred in the train some months ago? No? Well, it happened in the Severn tunnel. It was perpetrated by a small, pale man in a waterproof. I don't wonder you start. The victim was a wealthy old man who had an unaccountable fancy for carrying his valuables loose in a bag. He was found murdered when the train reached Paddington. The small man had disappeared. After some weeks he was traced. He had jumped from the train, bag in hand, and was careless in the way he disposed of the stolen property. The murder took place in the identical carriage in which you traveled. But now comes the remarkable part of the story. The day on which you traveled, the murderer paid the penalty of his crime. He was hanged that morning. Now, said my friend after a pause, are there any questions you wish to ask? No, thank you, I said slowly. I had heard enough for one day. End of The Spectre of the Severn Tunnel by E. Thurlow.
The Stone Rider by Nellie K. Blissett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Glenn Carruthers. The Stone Rider by Nellie K. Blissett. It was a dull day in early spring, and the wind in the pine forest behind the castle of Zalitz was making a melancholy moaning. In one of the deep window seats of the castle I sat, with a book in my hand, looking down at the drowned landscape and the swollen river. I had come to visit that mysterious personage, Count Ziebach von Zalitz, whose extraordinary powers of thought-reading and prophecy would have brought him in several fortunes had he chosen to use them professionally. As it was, he was the object of much interest and not a little awe in half the capitals of Europe, and it was with some curiosity that I accepted his invitation to his Hungarian estate. So far, nothing in the least peculiar had occurred to me, a disappointment I was rather inclined to resent. Ziebach's step disturbed my meditations. I turned and saw him coming down the passage, a tall, gaunt man, with a haggard face and evil eyes. But if Ziebach's personal appearance was not prepossessing, his charm of manner was so great that when you knew him well, you forgot the small, cruel eyes, the sneering mouth, the curious mixture of power and cunning which characterized his countenance. His voice, too, was singularly beautiful, and atoned for many things. He smiled as he came up and seated himself beside me. "If you admire the view, you shouldn't look so solemn, Bazarac," he said. "And if you don't and are bored, shall we go for a ride? Or will you come and look at my study? You haven't seen it yet, and it is worth seeing." "Everything here is," I answered as I rose and followed him downstairs. He laughed. "That is the disadvantage of being born a Ziebach of Zalitz. There is no merit in possessing perfection. It is merely inherited property. Don't knock your head against this doorway. It is low. That's right." We had passed under a low archway into a long room panelled with black oak. There was a table littered with papers near the window, and over the hearth hung the portrait of a young man whose countenance, particularly about the mouth, distinctly resembled that of Ziebach. "How like you that portrait is," I exclaimed. He looked at it for a moment as though weighing my remark carefully in his mind. "Do you think so?" he said at last. "It is my poor cousin Franz." "I didn't know you had one." "He is dead. He was drowned whilst we were bathing in the river beneath. I was with him at the time, but I could not save him. His body was never recovered. It was an awful affair. He was only 27. Younger than you?" "Oh, no, older. He was the heir, poor Franz." I looked at the portrait with increased interest, and Ziebach gazed at it too. There was a disagreeable expression on his face. "It is a fine portrait," I said. "Very. And Orbital. You know Orbital, of course, a splendid painter. Singular, now. I forget that he will arrive here today. He has a long-standing engagement to visit me." I was very glad to hear it, for I had known Orbital when he was a mere boy, studying in Gracia's Atelier Espagnol, and we had seen a great deal of each other, and I liked him exceedingly. Although Ziebach was very entertaining, I did not altogether trust him. A solitude only relieved by his presence did not, at the moment, appear alluring. I expressed my pleasure and began to walk about the study, admiring the family portraits, of which there were a great number. Under one of them I noticed a curtain drawn across the wall, and supposing it to conceal a picture or a cabinet, I very innocently put my hand as if to draw it on one side. A sharp exclamation from Zeebach stopped me. I dropped the curtain and turned to him. "What is the matter?" He recovered his self-possession immediately. "Nothing. I was cutting a pencil and the knife slipped." "Oh, it is only a scratch." "What is behind this curtain?" I asked, returning to my former occupation. He did not answer at once. Then he laughed a trifle uneasily. "A family superstition. Nonsense, if you like. You can look." I drew it accordingly. The curtain covered a large recess, and in this recess stood the life-size statue of a horse in white marble, bearing a man in armour upon his back. The singular part about this equestrian group was that whilst the horse was stone, the trappings and the man's armour were real. "That is an odd idea," I remarked. "What, the armour?" "Oh, it belonged to an ancestor of mine. Of course, there is a stone figure underneath to match the horse. The visor of his helmet is down. Why don't you raise it? It would be far more effective." He laughed again, more uneasily than ever. "My dear Bazarac, let sleeping men lie is an excellent transposition of the old proverb. This gentleman is supposed to walk, or rather ride. In other words, he is the family apparition. He is supposed to ride about the castle at night. What a very unpleasant idea. Do you think so? Well, it is sufficiently ghastly, I admit. Have you ever seen him?" "No, but I have often fancied I heard a horse snorting and trampling about the passages. At this time of year he is often heard. The servants tell odd stories about him, but I have never encountered him myself." "It would be a very interesting encounter." Zeebach shuddered visibly. "I think not," he said, in an altered tone. I looked up at him. His face was very pale, and his shifty glance avoided mine. "You are afraid of him," I said, laughing. An odd light blazed for a second in his eyes. He had a pair of gloves in his hand, having just come in from a walk. Suddenly, without warning, he flung one glove full at the mailed face of the stone rider. The armour rattled and the glove fell back at Zeebach's feet. He picked it up and looked me in the face. "You see whether I am afraid," he said haughtily. I did not understand his manner, but I saw it would be better to change the subject at once and avoid it for the future. So I asked him at what time Orbithor would arrive, and we talked of other things. Orbithor came in time for dinner, a little round man with a face all brown skin and black beard and extraordinarily bright eyes. I should never have recognized him in the slip of a boy whose genius had electrified the Altair Espagnol, but he was as pleasant as ever. We passed a very enjoyable evening and retired in due course to bed. From the moment I had dropped the curtain across the recess in the study, I had never given another thought to the stone rider. Orbithor's arrival had successfully banished reflection on that somewhat peculiar incident. I undressed and got into bed, and, as I was not sleepy, began to read. I suppose this was about 11:30, and I went on reading steadily for over half an hour, at the end of which period I laid down my book and prepared to blow out my candles, when a sound arrested my attention. I paused to listen. The castle had long been silent, and everyone had retired to rest, yet there was a distinct sound as of someone moving about the corridors under me. My room was in the second story of the building, at the head of the grand staircase, an immensely broad and imposing affair of beautifully inlaid marble. The corridors, too, were all marble paved, so that the slightest sound was noticeable in them. I listened and distinctly heard the noise, whatever its cause, approach the foot of the staircase. Then it paused for a moment, and there followed a curious sound of scrambling, as of a large and somewhat unwieldy object coming up the stairs. By this time my curiosity was thoroughly excited. I got out of bed and went to the door. As the room was very long, and the door at the farther end of it, this was a decidedly better post for listening purposes. I had not been there a second before I heard the unmistakable rattle of armour, and the snuffling sound a horse would make after any unusual exertion. A wild idea flashed across my mind, and I pressed closer to the door. This was the stone rider. The sound came nearer and nearer until they were just outside. Then came another pause and a heavy sigh, almost a groan, but whether from horse or rider I could not decide. Then the horse was turned round and clattered and rattled down the shallow steps of the staircase and away down the corridor until all was silent once more. All this time, though greatly excited, I had not felt the slightest sensation of fear, but now that all was still, such a feeling of terror came over me that I lay awake for hours, scarcely able to breathe, listening for the return of this midnight visitant. But he did not come, and towards morning I fell asleep. At breakfast I observed that Orbital, who had been very lively the previous evening, seemed silent and depressed. Zebak, too, looked rather yellower and thinner than usual. I inquired if they had not slept well. "Oh yes," answered Zebak hastily. "I've slept very well indeed, thank you." Orbital said nothing for a moment. "You don't look particularly brilliant yourself, Bazarak," he remarked presently. "Somebody was racketing about the staircase last night and disturbed me," I replied carelessly. "Didn't you hear it, Orbital? Your room is next to mine." I wondered whether the noise would keep you awake. Zebak looked up at me sharply and seemed about to speak, but he thought better of it and returned to his breakfast. "Yes," said Orbital quietly. "Something certainly kept me awake. That family ghost of yours, Zebak, I expect, the Stone Rider." "I heard nothing," returned the Count stolidly. But Orbital was not to be silenced. "No? That is odd. I heard him distinctly. He stopped outside my door and something groaned. It gave me a peculiar sensation. What makes him walk, Zebak? I suppose there's a legend." "Oh, there are lots of legends," answered Zebak offhandedly. "One says that Ritter von Zalitz in the 13th century caused a statue of himself on his favourite charger to be set up in the courtyard of the castle, and when he took prisoners of war he chained them to the Stone Rider and flogged them to death. When he was about 60 he married for the second time. His wife was very young and very beautiful, and had been betrothed to his eldest son, whom he hated, and banished from the castle. One day he found his son and his wife talking together in the forest. He seized them, had them lashed to the statue, and directed his men to flog them to death, whilst he himself stood by and derided them. However, that was the last atrocity he perpetrated, for he soon after went mad and died, and his spirit is doomed to ride in the stone horse forever." "A sufficiently horrible story at any rate," remarked Orbital composedly. "Is the horse in your study the original of the courtyard?" "Yes, it has been most carefully preserved, and handed down from generation to generation." "No wonder it roams about the castle at night," I said. "That is mere nonsense," returned Zebak irritably. I said nothing more, but after breakfast I found an opportunity of speaking to Orbital alone. "I should like to investigate this matter," I said. "Will you help me, Orbital?" He laughed. "Certainly, but I don't believe in ghosts, you know, Bazarak. I trust you don't." I had seen some very strange things in connection with ghosts. At all events, will you keep up tonight and follow the Stone Rider with me, if it will afford you any amusement? Don't speak to Zebak about it, then. He evidently does not care for the subject, and I related to him the incident of the glove. He looked rather grave. "I am sorry to hear it," he said, when I had finished. "There is insanity in his family, you know. I don't think his brain is what it was, and once he went off his head altogether." "When?" "Soon after his cousin was drowned. He saw it happen. That was enough to drive anyone mad, perhaps, but he was always queer." "Then tonight?" "Yes, when he gets to the bottom of the staircase again, we will follow him." The day passed off very quietly, and nothing more was said about the statue. We went to our rooms at the usual time, and I sat down to wait. At a few minutes past 12 I heard the noise beginning. It came up from the staircase as it had done before, and paused for a moment outside the door. Then I again heard the sigh or groan and the clattering down the stairs. I opened my door and found Orbital already on the landing. "Make haste," he said. "It is going down the corridor towards the study." We rushed down and along the passage, the rattling going in front of us, but we were too slow. When we reached the study, the green baize curtain was drawn, and everything was perfectly still. After a moment's hesitation, I pushed back the curtain. There sat the Stone Rider, immovable as ever, mailed and erect. "He looks quite harmless," I said, doubtfully. Orbital bent down and held the candle closer. On the side of the horse were great dark stains, and the armour glimmered redly in the flame. The painter put his hand on one big patch and drew back quickly. "I could swear it was wet," he whispered. "Let us go." We returned, and I drew him into my room. "It's very odd, very." He held up his hand. "Do you see? Good heavens," I gasped. "It's all red." "With blood," he said solemnly. For some days neither Orbital nor I spoke of our adventure with the Stone Rider, but at last one evening before dinner he came to me in my room. "I shall go down into the study tonight," he said, "and see what really happens. Will you come too?" "Yes, the noise at night still goes on, regularly every night. Bazarak, I mean to get to the bottom of this mystery." "All right, I shall be charmed if you can prove the whole thing a hoax, but..." "But what?" "I don't think you will." He considered for a moment. I don't think I shall either, he said, as he left me. Zeebak was unusually brilliant and amusing at dinner. He kept us at table long after our usual hour, and when we at last got away to our rooms, there was barely time to let the castle become quiet and get back to the study before 12 o'clock. However, we accomplished the feat, seated ourselves near together, blew out the candle, and waited for the ghost to move. For some time everything was silent, then, all at once, the room became strangely illuminated. One after another, the chairs, the tables, the pictures grew out of the gloom, lit up with a pale, peculiar light, and at last the curtain was drawn aside, the horse shook himself and snorted, the armour rattled, and the stone rider rode slowly out into the middle of the room. The supernatural radiance steamed from him. It issued from the closed bars of his helmet, from the steel breastplate, from the joints of the rusted gorget. It seemed to grow brighter every moment, till almost dazed I turned my attention to the horse. I did not at first notice the stain on his side which Orbithol had observed, but as I looked at him, I saw that a dark stream began to trickle down the whiteness of the marble. It dripped from a great dent in the breastplate of the rider, dripped slowly and steadily over the horse's neck, and rolled down to the floor. For a few moments the rider remained motionless, then struck his spurs into the marble flanks of his steed, and they moved away. The light went with them through the open door, and Oberthal sprang up and rushed after them. I saw the stone rider turn in his saddle and look back as we raced after him, and a flash of flame seemed to shoot out from between the helmet bars. On they went, clattering, clashing, rattling through the stone passages, and we after them. They reached the staircase. The rider rose in his stirrups and urged the horse up. The pace was too fast. The horse slipped, plunged, and finally recovered himself, just as an ordinary horse might do, and halted. But the rider's balance was destroyed. He swayed in the high saddle, his arms went wildly into the air, and he crashed forward and fell with a horrible rattling sound at our feet. The clasp that fastened the gorget and the breastplate burst, the helmet rolled away, and on the pavement before us lay a skeleton. For a time we were too stunned to speak. Then Oberthal uttered an exclamation of horror and looked up. Halfway up the staircase stood Zeebak von Zalitz. His face was ghastly white. His eyes were widened with an expression of awful terror. His hands were stretched out as though grasping the air. He stood motionless for some moments, staring into the vacancy. Then his rigid expression relaxed. His arms dropped to his sides, and he came down the stairs. "What has happened?" he inquired. "That," said Oberthal bluntly, pointing to the skeleton. Zeebak bent over it for a moment, then kicked it contemptuously aside. "Somebody has been playing a practical joke," he remarked. Oberthal coughed. "I have not, nor has Bazarak, who could have done it. Do you suppose I have?" Zeebak seemed indignant. Oberthal looked at him very quietly. "I do not suppose anything," he said. "But there is the skeleton, and there is—" He turned to look for the horse, but it was gone. "There was the horse," he concluded, "and tomorrow morning I leave for Paris. Good night." He disappeared up the staircase, leaving me face to face with Zeebak. "What does he mean? I really don't know, Zeebak. Do you intend to leave for Paris too?" "I am very sorry," I said, "but my nerves are really not equal to this sort of thing. Good night, Zeebak." He surveyed me with an odd expression, then suddenly he gripped my arm. "Do you think," he almost gasped in my ear, "do you think that he suspects anything?" I shook him off. "Good heavens, Zeebak, what should he suspect? Can't you explain this horrible thing?" He recovered his self-command almost immediately, and smiled feebly. "No, I can't," he said. "Am I to explain all my family skeletons, Bazarak?" "Not if you do not wish." And I left him standing by the skeleton of the stone rider. For some years I did not come across Count von Zeebak von Zalitz. Neither, I am afraid, did I wish to do so. Of the stone rider, who had proved to be no stone at all, I often thought, but at last I hardly regarded the incident as anything more than the recollection of a bad dream. Oberthal and I met frequently, and often discussed our adventure, and I believed that he had suspicions concerning Zeebak which I did not care to share. But one evening, as we sat in the Altair Espagnol, Oberthal and myself, someone knocked at the door and came hastily in. I recognized one of Zeebak's servants. "What is it?" I asked. "Will Monsieur Bazarak or Monsieur Oberthal come to my master at once? He is very ill at the hotel." We both rose and looked at each other, and Oberthal slipped his arm through mine. We had better go together. So we went. The hotel was close by. In 10 minutes we were in Zeebak's bedroom. He lay in bed, looking thinner and more haggard than ever. His eyes blazed with feverish light, and he beckoned us eagerly to approach. "There is not much time," he said, speaking in a weak, strained voice. "I sent for you to tell you." "What is that?" His eyes dilated with fear, and he glanced round the room. "It is nothing," said Oberthal gently. He laughed, a short, bitter laugh. "He is not far off. He never is. Don't you hear the horse breathing outside the door? I can. I always hear it now. Don't let it come in. Don't, Oberthal." His voice rose to a shriek. "Nothing shall come in. Thank you. I am so foolish to mind. I wanted to tell you. I murdered him." He fell back exhausted. "Whom?" asked Oberthal aghast. "My cousin Franz. He was the heir." "But he was drowned." Seebuck struggled up on his elbow. "No, I told them that. I shot him, and I knew if they found the body they would accuse me, so I hid it. And when his father died and I got the castle, I dug him up and, I could not hide the skeleton, so I put it on the horse. Don't you think that was a good idea?" He laughed, and Oberthal looked at me with a shudder. "The armour hid it," went on Seebuck, "and I knew they were all so superstitious they wouldn't touch it. And then you came, you and Oberthal." At that moment the doctor came in. When he left the room he called me out. "Count Seebuck is mad?" I questioned. "He is not responsible for what he says. Are you a friend of his?" "In a way." "Then you had better stay with him. Send for me if he gets worse. I shall do no good by stopping." I went back to Oberthal. Seebuck was obviously too ill to be left. I agreed to sit up with him half the night whilst Oberthal rested. Seebuck was exhausted, and for some hours lay quite still. I think he was insensible, but about 12 o'clock I heard the sound from the bed and went to him. He was sitting up, looking straight before him into space. "Don't you hear it?" he asked. I listened to appease him. "No, not the horse." I listened more attentively. Yes, the old rattle, the old sound of horses' hooves. It was coming up the stairs. Slowly the door opened, slowly the light I had seen before grew in the darkened air, and into the room rode the stone rider, rigid, erect, with the unearthly radiance all around him. He came up to the foot of the bed and slowly lifted the visor of his helmet, disclosing a glistening skull. And as I looked, the skull became the face in the portrait over the mantelpiece of the study of Zealots. It was too evident that Seebuck recognized it. His eyes were fixed on the apparition. His thin features were grey and drawn with fear. For a moment he remained motionless, staring at it. Then he threw up his arms with an awful cry and fell back. Slowly the stone rider drew the mailed gauntlet from his right hand. For a moment he poised it deliberately in the air, then flung it full in Seebuck's face. A shudder ran through the prostrate figure, but it did not move again. The stone rider turned his horse and rode from the room. The light followed him, and we were again in the semi-darkness. Then I lit a candle and rang for Oberthal and the servants. Whether the story of the murder was correct or not, I cannot say. It may have been the madness of a diseased imagination, or it may have been the late remorse of a criminal. At any rate, it is not for me to throw suspicion on the name of a dead man. I can only relate what I myself saw and heard. The doctor declared and maintains to this day that his patient was insane, and being a doctor, he very naturally has the world on his side. But say what he will, there is one thing he can never explain. When I lit the candle that night and found Count Seebuck von Zalitz lying dead, I found also on his forehead was the distinct print, purple and bruised, of a clenched fist. The doctor cannot explain this. Perhaps I can. For what could it be if it was not left by the gauntlet of the Stone Rider? End of The Stone Rider by Nellie K. Blissett. Recording by Glenn Carruthers, Pyramont Country.
The Story of Greenhouse, Wallington by Ellen Upward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greenhouse, Wallington by Ellen Upward. In undertaking to relate some of my experiences in connection with the purchase and sale of haunted houses, I desire to make it clear that I have no theories to put forward on the subject of what is called the occult. I was successful in this class of business, but some of the adventures I went through were of such a character that I dared not continue. My nerves are fairly strong, but there are some things which I never wish to face again. I was first tempted to dabble in this unlucky class of business by the Greenhouse, Wallington. My partner, Mr. Mortimer, our firm is Mortimer and Hargreaves, mentioned to me one day that he had had a client in to see him who was very anxious to obtain an immediate offer at almost any price for a house situated in what was then the rural district of Wallington. He says he cannot sell the house because people think it is haunted. It is all nonsense, of course, but the people in the neighborhood have got the idea firmly into their heads. And now, if any tenants come, they are sure to hear of it directly and get frightened. The result is that he has lost tenant after tenant, and now the reputation of the house is so bad that he cannot sell it. What sort of a house is it? I asked, and what will he take for it? He says he will take anything, £500 if he can't get more, though the house cost £1,500 to build. You had better see the man yourself. I therefore dropped a line to Mr. Gilstrap, the owner of the greenhouse, requesting him to go down with me to see the property. On the way to Wallington, I put some questions about the house to Gilstrap, whose manner was rather reserved. He assured me it was in thorough repair, but he seemed reluctant to answer when I asked him about the ghost. Is there any story about the house? Anything to account for its being haunted? No, what story should there be? It's a modern house, hardly been built 10 years. And how long has it been your property? I bought it as soon as it was put up. And how long has it been haunted? Mr. Gilstrap frowned as though he disliked to hear this word. The house has been talked about for some years now, 4 or 5. His disinclination to speak was so evident that I did not care to pursue the subject. We got out at Wallington station, and as we passed a house agent's on the road, Gilstrap said abruptly, I must step in here and get the keys. Wait a moment. As a house agent myself, I could understand that he did not wish to introduce me to the local man, lest it should lead to any dispute about commission. But my curiosity about the greenhouse was so strong that I could not resist the temptation to walk in after him. I was just in time to hear the owner say curtly, I've called for the keys of the greenhouse, if you please. The local agent was evidently a man in a small way, for we found him seated at a desk in the outer office in his shirt sleeves. He gave a cross look at Gilstrap and a suspicious one at me, and then rose and reached down the keys from a nail. I haven't been able to find a caretaker yet, he said with a touch of malice. They say you must pay them for living in such a house. Gilstrap reddened at this speech, which was calculated to put off an intending purchaser. He glared first at the agent and then at me, snatched the keys without a word, and hurried out. The greenhouse was a modern red brick one, standing in a road with several others, and certainly not looking at all the kind of place to have a supernatural legend attached to it. As soon as we got inside, I saw that the house was partly furnished. Gilstrap explained that he had been trying to get someone to come and occupy it rent-free for a time in order to live down its reputation. I asked if there was any room particularly connected with the ghostly rumors. After what struck me as a momentary hesitation, he led me upstairs into what was clearly the principal bedroom, overlooking the front garden and the road outside. Is this where the ghost walks? I asked as I glanced round the empty room. The paper on the walls was in good condition and the ceiling had been newly whitewashed. The owner of the greenhouse was plainly annoyed by my insistence. There is no ghost, and it does not walk anywhere, he said irritably. But the people who sleep in this room complain. What do they complain of? He fidgeted and again showed some reluctance in answering. Oh, nothing, except some nonsense or other. They say they do not sleep well, and they dream things. Fancies, you know, fancies. Well, what sort of fancies? I persisted. If they dream, they must dream of something. Gilstrap glanced up at the ceiling and swiftly withdrew his eyes with a nervous tremor. I was now firmly persuaded that he himself had been the victim of some spectral horror, though he was anxious to conceal it for fear of frightening me off. "Perhaps I had better not tell you anything," he said after considering a moment. "There's a great deal in the influence of suggestion, so it is said. If I were to tell you what the people who have slept in this room have seen, or dreamt they have seen, that might be enough to make you dream the same. Whereas if a sensible man, without any notions, came and slept here, he would most likely never be disturbed." I thought there was something in what he said, and did not press him further. There was a staircase outside leading to a second floor, and I moved towards it. "Oh, do you want to see the other rooms?" Gilstrap snapped as he prepared to follow. "I want to see everything," I said decidedly. Upstairs I found another room which had been left unfurnished. The prospect from the window showed me that it was situated over the haunted chamber. "Is there something wrong with this room as well?" I demanded. "The servants don't like sleeping in it," was the grudging admission. "It does very well as a box room." I saw that it was useless to try and extract any more information from Gilstrap. After a thorough inspection, I decided that the house would be well worth £1,200, apart from its evil reputation. I went back to town with the owner and bargained with him on the way. I was very anxious to secure an option to purchase the greenhouse at the end of a month, during which time I was to occupy it. But this proposal the owner obstinately refused. "I want to sell it outright or not at all. If you live in it a month and have no trouble, I shall then be able to ask a reasonable price." Anxious to secure a bargain, I gave way and got out at Victoria, the owner of the greenhouse, at the price of £500. When I told my partner the next day what I had done, he declined to commit himself. "I shall know whether it's a good bargain or not when I hear what you have sold it for," he observed grimly. My next step was to secure some attendants and to set down some furniture for the 2 empty rooms round which the mystery appeared to cling. In the course of the negotiations, I had occasion for the services of my lady secretary. I was accustomed to discuss business matters with her, and as soon as she learned the character of the present transaction, she surprised me by displaying an unusual interest in it. She even volunteered her assistance. "I wonder if you would mind my going to see the greenhouse, Mr. Hargreaves? I am very much interested in psychical research." "Do you mean that you really believe there is something in it?" I exclaimed in dismay. I had grown to look on Miss Sargent as a lady of great intelligence, and I was not very well pleased at the idea of taking the ghost seriously. "I know that there are things in nature which ordinary rules do not explain," was the grave answer. "I have seen things myself which could not be accounted for by natural means." This was rather alarming. I recalled the strange, uneasy manner of the late owner of the greenhouse, and asked myself whether he had not been a secret believer in some occult happenings. "I am what is called a sensitive," Miss Sargent proceeded to explain. "I have a peculiar faculty for seeing any abnormal manifestations." A thought struck me. "Would it be possible for you to go and pass a night or 2 there?" I inquired. "I don't mind telling you that if the apparition, or whatever it is, can be exorcised, I hope to sell the house at a considerable profit, and I shall be glad to pay a small commission." Miss Sargent appeared to welcome the suggestion. She was a good girl, the chief supporter of a widowed mother and 3 little sisters, and I knew she would like to earn something for them. The question was referred to her mother, who arranged to come with her, it being understood that I should form one of the party. I engaged a respectable woman to come in by the day, and on the evening agreed upon, we went down together to take possession of the haunted house. Miss Sargent and her mother were installed in the haunted room, and I decided to occupy the attic overhead. After a pleasant supper, the 2 ladies retired at about 11 o'clock. I sat up a little later smoking a cigar and contrasting the cheerful evening I had just passed with the lonely ones I was accustomed to in my West End chambers. Towards 12, I went upstairs, intending to go to bed. But whether it was the sensation of being in a strange house under such circumstances, or a secret apprehension of which I was hardly conscious, no sooner did I find myself in the room I had chosen than I was seized with an overmastering reluctance to get into the bed. I took off my coat merrily, rolled myself well up in the blankets, and tried to go to sleep. I'm an old traveler and have never experienced any difficulty in sleeping in my clothes in trains or under similar circumstances. But on this occasion the attempt was hopeless. I lay on the bed, literally shivering, and not from cold. I neither saw nor heard anything. I was not alarmed in the ordinary sense, and yet if I had known there was a murderer lurking in the room ready to spring on me and stab me the moment I closed my eyes, I could not have felt more wretchedly afraid. Suddenly I heard a low moan, the moan of a creature in mortal terror, drawn out till it became a muffled scream. I flung off the blankets, raised my head, and listened with a beating heart. The moan was repeated, coming distinctly from underneath me. In an instant I had grasped the truth. It came from the room below. I sprang from the bed and, without stopping to put on my coat, lit the candle I had brought up with me and flew downstairs. As I reached the first floor landing, the moan was repeated in a more terrible key, the key of horror instead of terror. At the same moment, the door of the haunted room was thrown open and Mrs. Sargent appeared on the threshold with the cloak thrown over her shoulders and a look of fear and distress on her face. "What is it?" I gasped. "It's Alvin," she cried in answer. "She's seeing something horrible in her sleep, and I can't wake her." Without stopping to consider questions of etiquette, I dashed into the room. The gas had been turned full on, and by its light I saw the girl lying stretched on a couch at the foot of the bed, her features frozen into the expression of one who looks upon some horrid sight, while from her parted lips there issued those appalling sounds which wounded like the stabs of a knife. I caught her by the shoulders and shook her, without making the slightest change in her swoon-like condition. "Water!" I called out to the mother, who stood wringing her hands, too dazed to act. The water was brought, and I dashed half a glassful on the face of the sufferer. At first it had no more effect than if she had been dead. Then came a startling change. The moan suddenly ceased. The victim opened her eyes, which showed the dull, glassy stare of a somnambulist, and sitting half up, she commenced muttering so quickly and indistinctly that it was difficult to catch the words. "The blood, the blood, the blood, the blood, the blood, dripping, 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 dripping from the red leak in the ceiling, the red leak in the ceiling, the red leak in the ceiling, the red dripping on me, dripping on me, dripping on me." The words rose into a wild shriek as her blank eyes were turned full on the ceiling overhead, the ceiling between her room and mine. Involuntarily, I looked up. The ceiling did not show the slightest mark. As I had noticed when I went over the house with Gilstrap, it was newly whitewashed. I thought I now knew why. But the moment was not for reflection. "Help me to carry her out of this. Quick!" I called out to the mother. Between us, we lifted up the unconscious girl and carried her out of the accursed room and into one adjoining, where we laid her on the bed. Hardly had she passed the doorway of the haunted chamber when the dreadful ejaculations began to die away and the rigidity of the features to relax. In a short time, the trance condition passed away into a deep sleep, and I was able to leave Miss Sargent to her mother's care. When she woke in the morning, her mother told me she remembered nothing whatever of what had passed in the night. She was barely conscious of having had a bad dream. At her own request, I described to her at breakfast what had occurred as minutely as possible. She was profoundly impressed. "I am certain," she declared with conviction, that what I saw represents something that actually happened in this house. Dreadful as it sounds, I firmly believe that somebody has been murdered in that attic in which you slept, and that his blood did drip through the ceiling of the room below as I saw it last night. Reluctant as I was, for many reasons, to entertain such a suggestion, I dared not neglect it altogether. I determined at all events to do whatever could be done to solve the mystery. As soon as Miss Sargent and her mother had left the house in which the elder lady would not hear of their passing another night, though her daughter did not seem in the least afraid, I went straight to the builder's in the neighborhood and engaged him to send some men to examine the flooring between the two haunted rooms. The builder received my order with marked interest. I knew there was something the matter with that house, he observed. It ain't likely that tenant after tenant would come away scared without something was wrong. Why, do you know, sir, in the last 5 years since Mr. Gilstrap gave it up, I whitewashed one ceiling in that house 9 times. Then Mr. Gilstrap once lived in it himself, did he? I exclaimed. Seeing that I built it for him, I can say he did, was the answer. And why did he leave it? I demanded, fairly roused. But the builder could not or would not satisfy my curiosity on that head. Mr. Gilstrap was a good customer of mine. He always paid me regular, and I ain't got nothing to say against him. The builder's interest led him to accompany his men, a carpenter and a plasterer, to the scene of action. I pointed out the place on the ceiling, as nearly as I could judge it, from which the ghostly dew had appeared to fall. The men took measurements and then, proceeding to the attic above, located a spot under the bed in which I had tried to sleep. The bed was quickly removed, the flooring stripped off, and in the space between the joists there was exposed a mass of lime. Both the men, as well as their master, were quick to declare that the lime could not have been left there when the house was completed. That lime has been put there for no good, the builder asserted. If you want some things hidden away and destroyed, there's nothing better than what lime is when it's fresh. It burns as well as fire, and makes no smoke. You mean a dead body? I said, shuddering. I don't say nothing about that, the builder answered, pulling himself up. It ain't for me to say what that lime's been used for. All I say is, it wasn't me that left it there, nor yet my men. The 2 men began clearing the stuff away. The volatile element had evidently evaporated long ago. As they struck downward with their tools, one of them went through the plaster of the ceiling below, and a shaft of light came up. An exclamation from one of the men followed. I bent down and peered into the cavity. On a large beam which here crossed the floor, I saw a deep black stain, the stain of long dried blood. A moment after, the carpenter stooped suddenly, groped about with one hand amid the woodwork, and drew forth to the light a small, sharp stiletto, rusted with the same dismal stain. Nothing more was found. I gave the builder an order to entirely renew the flooring between the 2 haunted rooms, and from the time that was done, there has never again been the slightest complaint from any occupier of the property. I let the greenhouse almost immediately to a respectable tenant, a retired schoolmaster who changed its name, and before a year was out, I was able to dispose of it to a purchaser at the price of £1,250, a sum which enabled me to compensate Miss Sargent for her trying experience. The most extraordinary part of the story remains to be told. The report of what had taken place having got abroad in Wallington, the local police came to me to obtain the stiletto, which I had been careful to preserve. By its means, they were enabled to unearth a crime which had gone unsuspected till that hour, and to extort a confession from the murderer. Into the details of this terrible case I do not mean to enter. It is sufficient to say that the victim had perished while asleep in the attic, and that his blood had actually soaked through the ceiling into the room below, which was that of his murderer. Guilt trap. End of The Story of the Greenhouse, Wallington. Recording by Sumbul.